Okay, good morning, you guys. I know it's early BC time, 6:49. I've been up since my husband left for work at 5 o'clock, and all that though. But I know that we're going to be doing this right now, and Kent should be joining me in a minute. Charmaine, it's still early for her over there, and she can't do it. She'll be in chat though. There she is, right there. I know, but see, my husband went to work, eh? Yeah. But I do want to say I'll be doing another live at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8. And Belinda will be joining us, and we'll be going over, because it's going to come out at 6 o'clock again, but we'll be going over it again. And so I think this is a perfect time for Belinda to join us. And I believe Alana might be joining us as well, but we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure if Belinda confirmed that with me or not, but so if she does, there will be Belinda, and again playing this and her thoughts, because we do have, you guys, basically one, we'll call it, we'll just to be simple right now, we'll say the two grandmas having totally different opinions on how they feel about Jack and Lily and stuff like that. But anyways, I'm gonna say good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, if you guys see my video yesterday, I got my Jack and Lily missing bands. Okay, I got 5 of these. I got my keychains, and well, I mean, if I had to redo this, I'm gonna have to order another one, because I put that on this mug. Wasn't bigger than I thought. I think I'm gonna get another one, and I'm gonna stick it on that mirror that says "Live, Love, Laugh" right behind me here, on there. But anyway, so that's like the decal. Okay, so for all you guys out there that have your own, feel free to send me pictures to acrimingshame at gmail.com, and I'll show those tonight. So if you guys want to do that. So I love keychains, and I'm too bad, but I guess I left my keys. Well, I usually leave them in the kitchen there. But anyways, so remember, okay, Jack and Lily. I love my keychains. I'm a magnet and a keychain person myself. And then there's this little one here as well. Beautiful. So I got both. And they're nice and light. They're just very nice and light, which I like. Because my keychain, it's heavier as it. Oh, is my online husband in the house today? Ben? Uh, there you go. I knew you missed me sometimes there on there. It's a running joke, by the way. But he's still my online husband when he's not cheating on me, by the way. Because I'd never do that to my real husband ever. But anyways, you guys, so if you guys haven't got yours, again, I got these. Okay, do. So anyway, so I'm happy. Thank you, Alana, Bree, Belinda. Thank you guys for all the hard work that you guys are doing on the fundraiser event, and I love it, because now this is a piece of me, of Jack and Lily. So, and I need to got to see what else they have, because I know Belinda wanted to get some flags for the car as well. And don't forget, you guys, uh, Kent says that there's the ones that you can put in. I think they're $20 that you put into your lawn, and there'll be Jack and Lily signs, kind of like with the Sebastian Rogers case as well. So anyway, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'll just give a quick couple of shout outs, of course, you guys. And boom, 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 boom. And then we'll get into the interview, which I know is already out there. I get it. You got, Michelle After Dark. She's in the United Kingdom, so perfect timing for her this time. And I believe I saw Nova do a live as well, or yeah, she did a live as well. Only caught a couple minutes of it. But Rhonda, good morning. Nice to see you guys. Kent, what are you doing in there? Thought you were coming up here. Okay. Either way, you guys know I can run a show solo, which I've done many, 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 many times, or with people on there. But always, again, this afternoon we'll do one with Belinda and I believe Alana as well. And hi Diamonds, and hi Maxie. Fran, good morning, good morning. Blue Rose, how are you? Verbal constipation. That seems to be what's coming out of Daniel's mouth, is verbal constipation. Daniel, if you're in the house, perfect name Herbal constipation. Hi, Miss Dog Lover. How are you? Yeah, Fran. I get a lot of compliments on the intro. It actually. I'm already a perky person anyway, but it always perks me up whenever I'm listening to an upbeat, more type of song. But again, the words are in there as well. Hi, Mela. They call me Mela Yella. Just another human. Peace. Hi, Jason. How are you? Where are those kids? Absolutely. That's what we want to know. That's why this is about. If you guys haven't hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do. Um, Again, this is the reason why I'm personally working so hard. You know, um, Belinda has asked that we keep their name and faces out there and keep awareness to the case. And I'm going to personally honor that wish as many times as I can do my lives. One day, Sunny. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Chris. Hi, Lindsay. How are you? Nurse Janie, Chancey's in the house. Chris is in the house. Yay. Charmaine. Good morning, troll. Good morning. I love you. Still, like I said, it's only 6:55 here in BC because we're West Coast side. And Cheryl, how are you? Audrey, okay. Kayla, how are you? Do. Chelsea Gray's in the house. That's Belinda Gray's daughter right there. And all topics. All topics. You sent me an email. I read it the other day. When I do have a moment, I'll reach back out to you, okay? So I wanted to let you know that. I meant to let you know that I seen you with this name in somebody's live the other day. But don't think I didn't get your email because I did, okay? Ben. Ben. Morning, Chelsea says Rena Gale. Okay. Hi Noli, how are you? Can't I gotta probably stop saying all these names so we can get on with it a bit, eh? Oh, Streamlabs is in the house. Don't forget you guys with Streamlabs. Okay, when you guys don't use your punctuation properly, like you learned in school, Streamlabs is the teacher that's going to tell you you're trying to post a link, even though you're not. Okay. Can't wait to hear this. Yeah, again, we'll go through this, but what will be great is when Belinda's on tonight, and again, her thoughts, because she's had some thoughts for a while on different things, right? And I think this is a perfect day that this interview with Janie Mackenzie, which is Daniel, of course, Martell's mother that lives on the property in that trailer, and there's a lot of stuff that she said in the public group. I'm still trying to work through some of that stuff in my head. So just know I'll probably have more clarity in my brain on the next live for that stuff. Hi, Valerie. How are you? I actually haven't seen you in a while. I was thinking about you. I haven't seen you really in a while, I don't think. But I hope everything's going well for you there, Valerie. Darlene's in the house. Justice Jane. Oh, here he comes. See, I was just holding off until sidekick came. One of the sidekicks. Hey, Kent.
Morning.
Morning. On there, just doing my few more hellos, then we'll get on with it. Okay.
Yep.
Uh, righty. Okay. Sorry. Terry's in the house. AJ, Sheila. Where is the mother? I think she's on a reservation. Where the chief is on there. If that's last we heard, anyway. Possibly, maybe, hypothetically. Okay, so you know what? Hi, Ashley. I seen an Ashley there too. Hey, okay, guys. So good morning. Hi, wise old lady. Gonna give us your wisdom. Kim Mitchell's in the house too. Got some people's names I'm seeing there. Is Darren? You know, you know what? We'll talk about that in a minute. Hi, Lost family. How are you? We'll talk about that in a minute. Oh, I think we made it to the bottom finally. Woo. Okay. Again. So Ken, we're gonna watch the video, but is there anything at all? Because we're gonna discuss everything else after that. But is there anything you wanna say before we start going at all?
No, just good morning. Hello. Let's bring Jack and Lily home.
Absolutely. And again, you guys, for anyone that is watching, uh, we don't say Jack and Lily's Army anymore. There was a vote one night with Alana and Belinda in the chat and others that were in there, and we are Jack and Lily's voices. So that's what we are whenever we use it, is Jack and Lily's voices, okay? Because that epitomizes to me everything that this is about, is being a voice for Jack and Lily foremost. Speculation and that and thoughts definitely come after that. Same with family members, right? Jack and Lily focused for sure. Whether someone agrees with that or not, this channel will always be about the victims first and foremost, because this is what we're here for. This is what we're talking about. And it doesn't matter which case it is that I followed. It's the same thing with Sebastian Rogers, Nicola Bully. And just basically, bottom line is victims first. Now, if you guys again are coming in, I know it's early, you guys, so I'm not expecting like thousands. Not that I get thousands, but sometimes. But anyways, it is a bit early on the Pacific Coast time. But thank you guys for joining us today. Okay, Ben, are you flirting there, Ben? Ben. Tone it down a little, and don't forget, you guys, just be respectful. That's all we ask of you. Have your opinions, have your thoughts. Don't be dissing anybody in the chat for their thoughts, just like you wouldn't want yours dissed as well. It's not our fault if you come from a different planet sometimes, but I like to stay grounded here on the earth with looking at the facts of the case and what's being said by family members and our RCMP. That's what matters most to me, is that stuff. The other stuff that's third party information and stuff like that, that comes more like definitely a big grain of salt. Okay, so Ken, I'm gonna mute you because of or you can mute yourself, and then we'll play the clip out. Um,
You'll have to mute me.
okay, I'll mute you. Okay,
I'm in
so
the
let's.
comments.
Okay. Hi, Remy. Okay, so let's see here. Make sure I got it. Okay. Make sure volume's up. Volume's up.
So this is the patio.
This is the patio door
that Jack and Lily would have.
that Jack and Lily came out of.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock, I get up, come over here, fed my chickens. My brother, Ron, called me at 8:48 and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's two swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If two kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily. I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know, I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing right here with Meadow on her hip And I come out and I said, what's up? She said, Jack and Lily are missing. I said, how long? She said, about 20 minutes. I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks and fir branches. And that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes. I did this whole area. There's an old road up back. When I got up to the top of the hill, I met Daniel. And I said to him, I said, did you find them? He said, no. He said, you coming with me? I said, no. I said, I'm going to search this area. Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. Mm-hmm. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of the dirt road, came back down here and came back down the side of the road, came back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time, I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself for not getting up that morning to see the kids. Because if I would have got up, this wouldn't have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go see that.
Sure.
So this is the patio door.
This is the patio door.
That Jack and Lily would have.
That Jack and Lily came out of.
And so tell us why we've heard about the patio door.
Because everybody's saying on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok that the patio door makes a noise, and why they didn't hear the door open. The bedroom is back there. Okay.
That far window.
The last window is the bedroom.
And so they would have come out this door.
They would have come out this
that
door
morning.
Yes.
And then they went and played on the swing set.
Yes.
And that's when you heard them.
That's when I heard them. Right here in this area here. I plan on putting a pool up this year for the kids. You need level ground for a pool. That's what I was doing. I was leveling out the ground to set up a pool.
And this is the Thursday.
This is Thursday.
Right.
Friday, all the investigators, search and rescue and everything. Right around here was where they found the only footprint.
This is where the boot.
This is where I was raking that night. That's where the boot print was found. In the mud where I was raking.
I thought there was two boot prints.
There was supposed to be a footprint found way up on the pipeline.
Right.
Malaya sent me the picture of it. That's all I know. There was a footprint found.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the footprint was here. The only one that they can confirm that was Lily and Jack's was right here.
So it was child size.
Yes. A man, one of the investigators came in here and was measuring it all. Mm-hmm. I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do the interview here is to show you exactly where everything took place. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And to show people that this is what happened. All the stuff that people, all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked, the septic tank. All the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times. The trailer was searched. This whole place was searched. If they want to come back and search again, they're more than welcome.
You've talked about drones flying over your property. You've talked about cars driving down the road and slowing down. What's that been like?
I'm scared to go out sometimes in my own property. I mostly stay around back here. And if I do go out front for anything, I usually have my head down because I don't want people to see who I am. That is me, myself. It's not because I'm hiding from anybody. I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Do you feel as if the finger has been pointed towards you and Daniel?
Yes, I do. Because I live on the property. Come on.
Do you think your son had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily?
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this. You know, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
Okay. So, of course, Jack and Lily, you guys, if you guys have not hit that like and share again, please do it for Jack and Lily. It's that simple. If you guys could, we'll get into that in a. Okay, actually, we'll talk about this, and then we'll go back, Kent, to Darren, in that art, in the a few blurbs in the article. Okay, on that.
Yep.
Okay. Um, let's talk about, okay, what's after watching this, and thank you guys for being here, by the way. After watching this yourself, what's the what what's the first thing that stood out to you about this entire interview? Just the first thing that you thought about.
Well, Sonny, I know everybody's bringing it up, and it is 11 weeks later about the yard being cleaner and it's all cleaned up and whatnot. But,
Mhm.
folks, that was done like the Monday or Tuesday after the kids went missing. There was the first private guy that done some drone video footage of the waterways and stuff. He also flew over the property and showed the property then. So I don't want you to think that they just cleaned the property up because they knew
Yes.
they had the interview coming. Like, that's not what happened. The property looked pretty good. Like 3 days later or 4 days later, it was the Tuesday or the Wednesday of that next week. They had all the junk cleaned up. They still didn't have the fence finished, and they still didn't have some of the stuff that is stained. Now stained, it was just still wood color, but I don't want you to think that they cleaned up the yard just for the interview. That's what I have to say.
Okay. Well, and that's true. Now, first of all, that yard was a death trap for children. It simply was. Don't forget that CPS had already a couple months prior as well. Um, Bottom line is, for children, that was literally an accident waiting to happen. That whole yard. Okay. It was disgusting, to be honest with you, when you have children. Just like we put our little locks on the doors and stuff like that, to keep children out of harm's way. But that backyard, and the thing is, children don't care; they'll play on whatever. But anyways, nice to see that it was cleaned up, because it was disgusting, to be honest with you. When you have children, hey, if you want to be adults and leave that crap out there all day long, and stuff like that. But when you have children, that's a whole different ball of wax when it comes to making sure that your yard is safe, for the children. Okay, so um, let's see here. Let's talk about. Oh, well, first of all, we'll talk about this. It's only natural that news stations will edit out of like however long. Do you know approximately how long Janie was spoken to? Did she say, was it a
It was a
an
couple
hour?
hours
Couple hours, right? Right.
they were
Right.
there.
Right. Um, they're there for the specifics, right? So there's going to be, like Janie said, a lot of thing in that private group chat. Remember, besides when she was originally talking, I forgot that I did have the screenshots of that because I went right to where it actually started. I have 2 hours and 37 minutes of, and there was a little bit more on the third day. But at that point, honestly, um,
She was repeating some things.
she was just repeating a lot of things. And day 13 and 14, that's what I have. And yeah, day 13 and 14 of July here. And she was in the private group chat. Okay. So, I mean, that's something that I can go over at a different time because obviously, 2 hours and 37 minutes is a lot of. Okay, so I was doing that for the purposes of the RCMP wanting it, and so Lana had asked me if I could download it. So not only did I give Lana that, I also gave her mine and Darren's 2.5 hour conversation total because we had two conversations privately. Because if it is about Jack and Lily, then Darren, of course, I'm sure wouldn't mind me handing over. Now, those particular things with the extra talk of Darren of saying stuff, that's for the RCMP and the RCMP only. That's not something I'm willing to share with you guys. I don't care how much he wants to backtalk on me and stuff like that. I still have to have my own ethics and stuff when I say and give my word. I mean that. So as long as the RCMP added, that's all that matters to me when it comes to that stuff. Okay, but just know that of course this is going to be edited to the most cut down. Obviously, we know this is 8 hours and 33 minutes long. Um,
8 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yeah, what did I say? Did I say
8
three?
hours and 33 minutes.
Oh, is that what I said? Oh my God, yeah. Oh, well, we might learn a lot if it was that long. But anyways, yes, 8 minutes and 33 seconds long. Okay. So I still want to start off by saying this is that Daniel's inconsistencies and his outright lies can the timeline does not make sense even from Janie, okay? Because there's nothing that equates in the timeline to add up to about Jack and Lily missing to make sense of it. um Belinda had a conversation with Janie, and she'll be on tonight's live, okay, guys? And I believe Alana as well, but Belinda will be on for sure, and we'll be discussing that. And Belinda can see out of her own mouth, hers and Janie's conversation and what was said, because the whole point of this, regardless of anything, is this is about Jack and Lily, and I think tonight is a perfect night for basically you got the one grandma in a sense there, and you got Belinda. They have two different feelings about Jack and Lily. And well, Ken, I'm going to ask you this as a whole for this interview. On the thumbnail, I put truth, lies, and partial truth, because I don't believe there's full truth here. I think Janie's truth, but I also think that there's embellishment going on here to protect her own son, and to like meaning I think a lot of it is her own words, and then I think a lot of some of it is what Daniel. Oops, speaking of that, what Daniel has also implemented into this fabricated storyline.
Well,
What do you What
I
do you
think
feel?
I think with Daniel's input, you have to take it as a flake on the hand, because his information has changed so much from the start to now that you can see possibly that there be pieces that are truth and other pieces that you just say, well, how does that fit? And the same with Janie. It that three people, well, two people, I guess, because the other one's not talking at all. But the fact that two people that were on the property that morning can't completely tell the same story creates doubt in either story. But It's also going to be what an individual believes themselves, because as we see in the chat, as it is their right, there is people that absolutely believe that the children are no longer with us. Now, I don't know how many of those that believe that they're no longer with us. I don't know if they think it's something happened nefariously or like accidental, or do they believe that there was criminal intent? I don't know. I don't really care about that. We'll see that when the results of the investigation comes out. I myself, I don't know why. Call me I'm stupid or whatever, but
Never.
I believe, as I said to Andy, because Andy asked if she made the statement that she believes the children are alive, and Andy asked me, and I said I do too, and I hope I'm right. I'm not saying that I am right. I'm not saying that they are definitely still with us, but that is, and I don't know what the whole scenario timeline and or the sequence of events would be for that to have been what happened, but that's the only hope that I have, that they're still alive. Because on the other side, whether you think it was criminal intent or accidental and you believe the children are no longer with us, that's the worst case scenario. They're no longer with us. That's not what we want here. I'm sure everybody wants, and out of the ones that don't believe they're still alive, I would think that if it turns out that they are alive, I think those people will be as happy as everybody else is.
Of course.
So
Okay.
that's where I'm at with it. I understand that stuff doesn't match up, and we're still as crazy and illogical as we have been from May 3rd when we seen Daniel's and Malaya's original interviews. Nothing, and I mean nothing, from anybody makes total 100% accurate truths and or sense in this case.
Verbal. Anyone ask Don Wells, he might have some insight into this case. Oh my God, if anyone knows the Summer Wells case, that's funny. It's not funny, but it's funny. We might want to ask the Proudfoots about that same thing as well, for Katie and Christopher Proudfoot. Same kind of parallel line going on here. Okay, and so now I'll say this, and then we'll get back into some of the interview stuff there, guys. Is that what is clear to me personally is Daniel's playing a game with us, and he's doing it in the private chats. This is my opinion, okay? There's enough of not only inconsistencies but outright lies, okay? We are first and foremost, you guys, we are talking about two children, and in what reality do two children ever deserve to have the person and persons, meaning Malaya and Daniel, underneath their watch, sit there and bold right lies and outright consistencies? And same with what I feel with Janie. I feel uh, with this whole, like, after I'm looking at everything, okay, and I want to be very clear on this. I don't really care what it is. I'm looking at this case as a full circle. I'm looking to what Janie's saying, to what Daniel's saying, to what Malaya has said, and what Malaya is doing. I am not blinded by outside information that's going on here. I stick, when it comes to my thoughts, I'm sticking with what is being said when it comes to some sort of timeline. It is the most ridiculous thing ever that these two beautiful children right before us and these family members are playing the, well, simple as that, the lying game. Why? Why would you ever do that if you're telling the truth? So, with that part of it, this is a full on bunch of BS. And there's lying going on because you can not only between Daniel's lies, okay? And in the public chat, guys, on that 2 hours and 37 minutes, I'm telling you right now that Daniel was sitting beside his mom with his freaking Android phone. Okay, hold on. Let's call that speculation. Although Janie did mention about Daniel, about the time of how long it took Cindy and stuff like that, which preluded to the fact that Daniel was there. But all you heard, and Janie has an iPhone, all you heard was bubbles. So whenever Kent, when me and Charmaine and Kent were testing this yesterday in our own private chat, the only time we ever heard those bubbles was when the Android phone was being used. Okay. And so then you would hear these bubbles. Well, throughout almost all that 2 hours and 37 minutes, you could hear bubbles going off as if Daniel was sitting right beside her, going, this is speculation on my part, going, looking at the questions that are being asked and blah, 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 so that his mom sees it and that she kind of goes, and another thing I want to talk about or I want to clarify, right? So I believe that Janie, myself, probably is a very angry person in life because that's how she comes across. She ain't no sweet little violet flower there for sure. She's got a lot of anger there. And I'm sure that this case that has propelled them into this national case brings on a lot of stress. I don't want to take away from how a family must be feeling. And I'm not just talking about Janie, Daniel, Malaya. I'm talking about other family members that are dealing with this stress. Belinda, Chelsea, friends, Malaya, Haley, Cheryl, and stuff like that. Anyone else, Cindy Murray, Patty, Darren included since he's sidekick to the family on this one, that how these people are feeling knowing that this case has propelled such national attention. And then, of course, TikTokers, YouTubers, news, everything. Like when somebody goes into town, damn right that Daniel is getting a side eye from people, regardless, right? I mean, anyone watching it or anyone like us that follows the case know that he's definitely lying. So, but that's going to happen if Janie goes into town. That's sounding that. It's a small community. All day long, they're going to be talking about this case, right, Ken? Like all the time, because this is something big in a small town, Pictou County area in Lansdowne Station. It's going to be the talk of the town still.
Well, Nova Scotia, really.
Nova
Like,
Scotia.
I see everybody in here in the chat, and their question is, oh, well, if the kids were still alive, how is it that they haven't been seen yet? Well, I'll tell you, in Nova Scotia, we are rural. Even our towns, like the 4 towns on the other side of the causeway that make up, they're dense, but it's not like you have a suburb or a city. Now, like if this was Halifax, you might have 1,000 people walking down the street every day. Well, even in the towns, like where all the stores and the malls are, you might have 200 people walking. But if the kids are out in the country somewhere, similar to a place where they lived, then with a little bit of altered appearances, like unless one of them is to get hurt and have to go to the doctor, School's out, so they're not going on a and going to school or whatnot or anything like that. All the other school kids aren't running around doing stuff. They're off for the summer. Like, it is the lifestyle that we have here in Nova Scotia, even in their urban populations, is very rural. And that's the best way that I can possibly explain, like, how they could be not seen, is because unless one of them gets hurt, if they're out in the back country on the farm or wherever, why do they need to go to town every day? Like, those people that live out in the back country, most of them go to town once a week.
Yeah.
And so with kids hiding, if there's usually two people at least in a home, then one would go get the groceries or pay the bills, and a lot of people pay their bills online now, so that makes the trips to town possibly even less. Like, it's not hard to explain in Nova Scotia's life why they might not have been seen if they're still alive. And listen, I totally respect everybody. I don't want to push the opinion or the fact. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I believe and I hope that the kids are still alive, because the secondary fact is, if not, it's going to come to a point where we're going to find them and bring them home and pay proper respects to them. But that's not what everybody wants.
That's not what everybody wants, right?
So,
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to answer this one because I heard it. So Janie's relationship with Malaya wasn't a great one. And what Janie had said was basically, if anyone recalls seeing Malaya's YouTube video or her videos on her channel, um, that's kind of, she was just kind of like very soft spoken. She didn't speak a lot. I think Janie said, Kent, correct me if I'm wrong, like maybe two times she had like an actual, maybe a little bit of a conversation with her. Other than that, um, Malaya just really didn't converse. I don't know that that was so much about Janie as much as, or maybe it was perhaps, but no, Malaya did not speak with Janie very much at all. Uh,
yeah, she
you know,
kept to herself, and she said there was only 2 or 3 times in the 2 years
yeah,
that Malaya would even ask her to watch the kids, like,
right.
over those 2 years, so that she wouldn't have to, because when Daniel was working, and if she had to go to town for something, she didn't want to have to take all 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Verbal constipation.
Oh,
That's a good one. Um, yes, this is a worldwide case, international, and everything, on YouTube and TikTok. Facebook, yeah, I don't know. I would say more Canadian on Facebook, because
yeah,
Facebook gets put out there by the individual. So I'd say it'd be dropped back to Canadian. It's getting the international coverage from YouTube and
okay.
TikTok, but mainstream media, these kids aren't on the news every day unless there's an RCMP update, or, well, today, an update from a family member.
Mm-hmm.
So you take, in the last 5 weeks, would that mean that there was 2, maybe 3 times that they were covered on maritime and or national news? Like, I know we're saying that it should be, and as far as I'm concerned, CTV Nova Scotia and CBC Nova Scotia and Global, every night at the end of the newscast, they should be popping up that missing pictures, because not everybody gets home to watch TV every night. So if it happens that they don't see it on the news on the night that they're watching the news, they might not have heard anything on TV since the 2nd or 3rd of May.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I want to get back on track, back on the video that we just watched, you guys. Thanks, Kent. Okay. So bold-faced lies is all I can say. First of all, just bold-faced lies. Okay. There's nothing that we can truly believe here when all this lying is going on, unfortunately. Um, because they're lying, you can't take Janie's word. You can't take Daniel's word. You can't take Malaya's word either, even though I know that she's only had one interview. But bottom line is that it's been a lie from the get-go. Simple as that. Okay. So keep that in mind with this, is that because they're all lying still, including Janie, I'll say that, because it doesn't match up with a timeline whatsoever. You can't actually make a thorough timeline. You can have like the window that we kind of know about from when the children were last seen in town near the Highland Mall there, and all that stuff in the middle ground up until basically the 911 call comes in. Other than that, there's just a lot of BS going on, and that's what gets me as a parent to children. Well, I have a child, one. He's 28 now. Um, this should not be happening at all. So let me make that clear. So going back to the video here, uh, Janie basically starts it off by saying she was up at 6 a.m. in the morning. And then she didn't say, again, it would have been cut out probably if she did say it. Then she talks about 6:24. Was it that she got a message from her brother at 6:24, or she messaged him? No, I think, was it she got, I'd have to let me look at the timeline actually, that Shanna and Daphne did here. 6:24, Janie sends something to her brother on Facebook, text, okay? Um, then at 7 o'clock, of course, she's talking about feeding the chickens. Okay, now in this video, we watched, and I'm glad that somebody noticed this as well. But actually, let me ask you one question, Kent, because I know a lot of people are wondering, and I was wondering the same thing when I saw this video. Is that Darren in the driveway there? Because I'm gonna bet your bottom dollar he was probably there. Is that him in that yellow shirt that's kind of walking that?
I don't know. As far as I know, I think Darren was there during some of the interview. He wasn't there when he started or whatever. But I also, just looking, I didn't stop the video and zoom in. I was wondering if that wasn't Earl.
Or Earl. That's the other person I was wondering about. If it was Earl.
Because it was white hair, and
White hair.
Darren, and that person seemed to me,
Yeah.
just in the glimpse that I seen him, sort of to have longer hair, and
Yeah.
Darren's hair is short.
Yeah. I was kind of more thinking towards Earl because of the hair. And Earl, you guys, if you guys think about Janie's property there,
It
Earl
backs
is,
onto Earl's.
yeah, like I showed you guys it on the Google Maps. So like, yeah. And then I think is there property in the middle that Janie owns somewhere where she said that there's no water?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no access to it in between
Yeah.
the two properties.
Okay. So, well, one of the things I'm going to point out is that somebody said, I think you posted, but somebody said this, is that, well, you know what? Let's start with that. Actually, let's start with that sliding glass door. That thing, I can tell just by the way that that lady opened that door, that that's a heavy back door. That's a heavy back door. It's not, you could tell by the way she had to pull on it that it was definitely a heavy back door or a heavy one. You heard the rollers going on, and then they point to where the room is at the end of the trailer there. Bottom line, and then Daniel made a comment during the course of this case going on uh, that the door was closed, right? That somehow Malaya and Daniel said that the kids went out this, unbeknownst to them, went out this door, and Daniel made the comment that he always is on the kids to close the door. So this particular morning, Daniel had said that Daniel's words that the door was closed. Again, okay, let's just go with that theory. We'll call that. Um, so they go out that sliding glass door, or whatever, and the gate. You would have to go to the other side of the gate to open up that gate, right? So in my head, I'm picturing Janie being up, right? Because Janie claims that she heard the children playing near the swing set. Now, in Malaya's interview, Malaya says, well, we didn't know that till after. So this in itself is a bunch of BS. Well, you don't know what the truth is and what the BS is, to be honest with you, because both Daniel and Malaya said that they were in bed. Uh, Malaya was, in and out of consciousness, basically, sleeping. And Daniel, in the polygraph interview that he did, said that he wasn't in no deep sleep going on. The way that they told the story at first, and this is where you know a lie's going on, is that they basically said that Daniel asks Malaya, do you hear the kids? Malaya tells Daniel, do you hear the kids? Right there, that starts off the lie. Well, I mean, it could start it off before that, but that's the first time that we can concretely say that that's not something you're going to sit there and get messed up unless you're telling a story. And they messed that up.
Definitely. But
Yeah.
I'll
And,
tell you, that door's a hell of a lot quieter than what I thought it would be.
you know, let me put it this way. Regardless of all of that, because Belinda said the same thing, regardless of all that, because if the room's at the other end, okay, but we're talking about, not only are we talking about a door opening up, then we're talking about two kids managing to be quiet as they're going, shh, right? No,
Yeah, no. Like, I'm
no,
just
no, no, no,
saying
no.
that.
Go ahead. But I don't want to keep, like, having to re-say. I want to I want to say it. But don't, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but I don't want to be interrupted as I'm kind of going through this. I want you to say this, and then I want you to answer back to it. So let me go to that part to what I'm going to go to, okay? And then,
Yep.
okay, thank you. Sorry, not to be rude. I just said I don't want to keep stopping and starting with this, or else I'm going to lose my own darn train of thought. But so they come out this door onto this dilapidated, crumbly ass porch. Okay, it is what it is. Okay, and so not only that, so then they come outside, all quiet and everything, and then Janie claims that she hears them, outside near the swing set. Um, Even though no, actually, I'm not. Well, no, in one thing she says seen, and then she says heard. I caught that when she was in the private chat, and that could mean nothing, could mean something. I just think that all in all, this whole storyline's a crock of crap, regardless. And so, of course, Daniel and Malay are telling this story that they basically wake up and go, "Do you hear the kids? Do you hear the kids?" Right? Then we get this version, of course, now that they're both coming outside, right? Malaya says, I immediately called 911. Daniel says, I immediately thought to get into the vehicle and search every culvert and every, whatever back road, whatever possible. Same stuff, he says all the time, over and over, right? Okay, so at what point could Janie have then seen Malaya, like, meaning they're together? They're telling the story trying to tell a story together. And that means that, where did Daniel go running off into the woods then? At what point? Because Janie's talking about how she's going up into the woods to look at the fort area and that she meets Daniel up top. But Daniel tells a story on the interview, right? And I'm just trying to give you guys the nonsense and the bullshit that's going on here. But then, so basically, Daniel says that his mom came out when she heard him calling the names. So yeah, at that point, if Malaya's out, Meadow on the hip, maybe looking down the thing, going, "Where's the kids?" You know. But the way that it's being told is that she could hear the kids outside, Janie, near the thing. So I get food for thought. So Malaya is going to put these kids in a vehicle that came up to her trailer because Janie made a comment that said, when somebody asked Janie about, would you have heard a vehicle at the driveway? Now, everyone has been thinking we're talking about the start of the driveway, but we're not. We're not at all, right? Ignore anything that Darren has said when it comes to the version of the story, because that's a third person that's trying to relay information and getting a lot, like a good chunk of it wrong, right? I'm sure he's got some stuff right and all that, but he's third party. He wasn't there. Janie was, Daniel was, Malaya was, okay? So how possibly, oh, going back to the car. So Janie says, I'm sorry, stupid comment if I ever heard one myself, is that she said, well, if it was a newer car, I wouldn't have heard it. And she said, but if it was parked out near the road, then probably not for sure, right? I'm sorry, but that little yappy dog barks at everything, remember? How many times have we heard that? And not only that, but Belinda will tell you about that's not no roar, roar type dog. You can tell that just by looking at it. So how is it possible that little dog wouldn't be barking out there if, of course, a car would come up and somehow Malaya goes, you know what, Lily and Jack, why don't you guys, before I hand you off, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to let you guys play around the swing set so that Janie can hear you, anyone else. But remember, her and Daniel came out at the same time, according to their story, because they were both in panic. I immediately got into the car. I immediately did this. So what about this whole thing from Daniel going, well, I went up in the woods and I saw Malaya calling 911 or on the phone with 911, but that wasn't their original version. And neither was Lily coming in and out of the room and Jack in the kitchen. That was secondary. So what happened to Daniel's messages that he sent to Charmaine, where he said that my mom was napping, that she came out of the camper when he heard her calling a name, and that Malaya asked me if I should call 911. That Malaya asked me. And I said, basically, not verbatim, but close enough, well, fuck yeah, the kids are. So that went from coming out of the woods to Malaya's already on the phone. So that right there, you guys, it's cut the shit. All of you guys just cut your shit because it stinks, it reeks. And why? It's because when you have to lie, it means you're hiding the truth. Why would you ever hide the truth when two kids are missing and you guys are playing games? Daniel's the worst of it. Okay, so then these children apparently by themselves open the gate on the opposite side, right? What was little Jackie boy sitting there lifting up his sister? Here, get the gate. And you don't think that Janie there would have heard that? Because she made this speculation, well, that she always says Jackie boy. Every time the kids are outside of that gate, Jackie boy, Jackie boy, Jackie boy. Well, she never said nothing about hearing Jackie boy. Just that she heard them near the swings. And then she beats herself up and saying, if only I would have checked outside. Well, again, Janie's truth mixed with Daniel's lies, but to me, maybe she could have heard them, but how is that really possible that these children just disappeared and now somehow none of them know? None of them can tell a truthful story? So go ahead, Ken, because that's what the piece that I'm at right now, is just that whole bullshit is bullshit.
Okay, at the time of the kids going missing, you can't worry about the gate because the gate wasn't there. You can see in the aerial photos of the property from when the kids went missing, there's an open area at the end of the trailer to the fence. You got to remember, yes, there's a gate there now, but there wasn't a gate it wasn't completely
But
closed
then,
off at the time when the kids went missing. The other thing is, you state the fact that, oh, that dog, that, and Janie has said it too, not just you, but I'm just saying, that dog barks at everything. Well, did you hear a dog bark during the interview? Because he was outside, he came out there, and I never heard a dog bark once. So it's more bullshit. I agree with you there, but I'm just trying to point out the opposite side that people say that that dog barks at everything, but yet you have strange reporters in the dooryard, and Janie lets the dog out, and he comes running out the fence in the yard and doesn't bark at reporters at all.
okay,
So it's just
I know what you're saying.
we need truth. We need a single story, and
But that's just it. You're
we
not getting
like
it.
you think us as individuals, right? And I'm not saying that we're stupid, but you take us as individuals, and we're trying to put all this stuff together and make sense of it. And we
We shouldn't
don't
even
have
have to. Right?
no, but we are, right? Because we're
Right.
not getting the truth story. But what I'm
Absolutely.
saying is we don't have near as much info to try to create that puzzle out of as the RCMP do.
Right.
And then we're wondering why it's taken the RCMP so long.
Uh-huh.
Like, if they had people telling them the truth, and I'm not saying that the people that, when they're doing their interviews, that they're all lying, but they're not getting enough consistent information that they can put
Right.
an appropriate story together quicker than what we're trying to piece together with the little bit of bullshit that we have.
Yep. Well, that's just it, Kent. Is that enough and it tells you that it's BS. Like that's exactly. If anyone wants to sit there and say that Daniel's being truthful, really, I can prove to you at least 5 ways that he hasn't been, if not more, actually, if not more. Um, the pool. Let's talk about the pool. I'm sorry, but what a stupid place to put a pool. Are you kidding me? That you're going to put a pool and you're raking this gravel? Like sorry, Janie, either you got no brains when obviously there's a big piece of grass right there in the backyard. Why ever would you think to put a pool on gravel? Like maybe she legitly thought to do that. Um, don't know where the brains would be on that, to be honest with you. I've set up pools for my son and my niece all the time. Never once would I ever think to stick it on gravel, when there's grass clearly there. It doesn't make sense. Maybe it's the only thing I could make sense of that. I can't, but let me just try. Is that Daniel's and Malaya's yard? That's part of Janie's property. She's perhaps trying to do something special on her, that spot where she wouldn't have heard a vehicle coming right up to her. Oh, your thing's coming through. Anyways, what about that? What do you think about the pool thing?
Well,
Just
I I definitely agree not to put it on bank gravel. and that's what that would be referred to as, is when she's raking that gravel down behind from the bank of her motorhome. That in Nova Scotia we call that bank gravel. I don't know why the reason is you shouldn't put them on grass. I don't know if it's mold or what, but I know almost 90% of people, if you're putting up more of one of those ones that blow up with the ring around the top of it, you're recommended to either put down what we here in Nova Scotia call pea gravel or a sand base. So I don't know what it is, but they're not recommended to set directly on the ground or on the grass. I can see what sand would do because it would give you a nice soft bottom on your pool. I always thought that the pea gravel would be like, it's almost like little pebbles because they're like about the size of BBs. Like that's what it
Yeah.
is.
Pea gravel.
But
Yeah.
those are the two methods. Like if you're setting up one of those blow up pools that are like 16 or 18 feet in diameter, that's what they recommend you to do. Either to put it like a 2-inch base underneath of it, either of sand.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Let me go back. 1 sec. Let me try to go back to where she kind of is showing that.
But yeah, no. The only thing that I could see that you'd want to set up on the area that she was raking is if you were doing like one of those hard plastic kiddie pools. And she'd want to do it outside of the fence of her yard because she wouldn't want the dog to go and jump in it and then the kids get in it and contaminate the water. Why you wouldn't put it in their own backyard, I don't know why. Or even on their front yard, I don't know why. But that's the only type of pool that you would ever want to set up on that bank gravel, would be one of those hard plastic ones.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not in Janie's brain. We're trying to be. We're not in Daniel's brain. We're trying to be. Because obviously, so that area there is where now Daniel. I remember just listening to Daniel talk about the boot print, and he actually said 2 boot prints in this spot. I know that there was one up the pipeline, but he actually said 2. He goes the 2 boot prints that were
Yeah,
found
but
in.
I think what Janie was referring to was one set. That's the only thing that I
Maybe
could.
one set.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
one set.
and
Yeah.
that's the same as up in the pipeline. Even the searchers and stuff, when they called that boot print in on the pipeline, they said a single boot print. So, to me, like I know, in that area, yes, the ground surface would be different. And especially if it was an adult walking, I can see the adult walking in one area and leaving a foot impression and taking another step and not leaving a foot impression. But a kid that's either 4 or 6 years old, their legs aren't long enough. And if there was one boot print child size, why isn't there 2? Because their legs are a lot shorter, so the surface area that they're stepping on is more than likely the same type of surface. Why wouldn't there be 2 footprints in the location where it was found?
Mm-hmm. Just quickly, you guys, for anyone coming in, there'll be another live tonight with Belinda and Alana. Just let me know in chat. Are you joining tonight? I know that I was talking with Belinda about it as well. Um, Again, I want to thank Alana and Bree and anyone else that's been part of all of this for the fundraiser. Thank you guys so much for my that I've ordered was my keychains. Okay, of Jack and Lily. Love it. This will always be a part of me. I never forget any case that I follow. It means That's why I only do typically one at a time, and I do it and I dig into it because I'm not here to, like, people can cover this case and that case and stuff like that. I'm not a business on YouTube trying to run it as if it's my full time job. I have a full time job. Um, and so this is all about awareness of the missing and the murdered. In a dark, deep seated space on the internet lies true crime. And I'm not a fan of having to feel this type of sadness towards children, especially. And it's not a joke. It's not a joke. These are two children that are missing. And I will never make light of Jack and Lily's case or any other case when it comes to talking about these two beautiful children that are missing. So tonight at 4 p.m. PST, which will be 8, and don't forget 8 Nova Scotia time, and obviously 7 EST time. Okay, guys? But anyways, so it will be very nice to hear from Belinda again and her thoughts and her conversation with Janie, where the truth lies. Belinda is the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. Her son Cody is the paternal father of Jack and Lily. Of course, Daniel Martell is what we deem as the stepfather, even though they're not technically married. Malaya Brooks Murray being the mother of Jack and Lily. And of course, little baby Meadow is in the mix of this that Daniel and Malaya have had together. And she's about, I think, 18 months or something like that now. Okay. Okay. So I had others. So thank you guys again. And then for my decal as well. I gotta order another one. So I want to put it where it says live, love, and laugh on that mirror that I have behind me. I'll stick one there for that. Okay. Okay. Now let's see here. The blueprint. Okay. I'm just trying to think, Kent. I looked down gate, big gate, blueprint, and whatever. Bottom line is, regardless, I'm going to say this again. I don't know what stupid game Daniel Martell is playing, but he's playing a game. Daniel, I got your number, dude. Okay, don't forget that. You might be fooling some of the people some of the time, but you're not fooling me any of the time. I tried to believe in you at the start of the case because there was very limited information and stuff like that. But these games you're playing, and as if you're some sort of celebrity, that's the joke of this. You're acting like you're so special that you're going to save any of your interviews for the news only, that you're going to drip information because you're hell bent on it. I do want to touch on one thing that I think is an absolute joke in all of this as well. And I'm not going to entertain it. And I know. And then I do have another question. I'm not going to entertain this so called girlfriend. Okay. I'm not going to entertain that this so called girlfriend's friend has been jumping into everyone's chat room to show YouTube creators proof that Daniel is seeing some other chick. I don't really care what other people's personal opinions on that, but let's see. So I just want to say this again. I'm just going to be blunt and clear myself. Is that when I first heard of this, it was in Voices Behind the Wall channel. I happened to join that live, and they asked me, like, they said, "Well, what do you think about this person?" And I thought at first when they said it that it was the actual girlfriend claiming to be, but no, it's the girlfriend's friend. And she was talking with Justin, and Justin had come back and goes, "Yeah, that seems like legit, right?" Now, Kent had mentioned that Darren had made a comment as well to Kent about that, possibly Daniel seeing someone or whatever. So I'm going to call bullshit myself. First of all, you'd have to be one freaking ass wackadoodle female, unless you're some sort of undercover agent. Get yourself some brain cells, because why would you ever associate yourself with anyone in the midst of an investigation that's going on with two missing children? Anyone lacks brain cells that even thinks to do that. I don't care what anyone says to me on this one. I'm sorry, but grab yourself a few brain cells. But the thing that I get about this is that this girl friend of the supposed girlfriend is literally popping in. She popped into our live chat. I said welcome, but I'm not going to entertain her crap. is basically what I said, because I'm just not into that type of bullshit. And if it is, it's still side bullshit. If Daniel, let's just say it was true. Let's just say he wasn't trying to make Malaya jealous, because a control freak likes to do stuff like this. They like to play head games. Okay? I am so wise to your head games, Daniels. I'm making your head spin with all the bullshit that keeps coming out of your mouth, dude. Seriously, I'm over it. You're a joke to me. This is a joke that you're even making up all this BS and lying during two children that are missing out of your care and Malaya's, and you want to sit there and keep telling lies and keep right. I mean, this whole thing is a joke that we're even talking about the fact that there's lying going on. But if you think for 1 minute that I'm going to buy that some girlfriend is running around to the different chat room groups and she wants to keep showing everyone proof that Daniel has a girlfriend, right? Just like I said, a joke, really? So this girlfriend has to perpetuate this? Why, Daniel? Is it because you're still trying to control Malaya and get her back? And through jealousy? I mean, you went on an interview and you basically had said that, you know what, everyone stop attacking Malaya. And then by the same token, you've done nothing but put that woman down the whole entire time, regardless of Malaya's involvement of all this. That's all he's done is belittle Malaya, everything about her, while he remains this hero and this person. He's acting like he's some sort of celebrity that we're so lucky to have his time. No, dude. If your lies happen to catch up with you and you happen to have anything to do with the disappearance, hypothetically, allegedly, of Lily and Jack, then you know what? Let karma be the biggest bitch and boomerang that comes at you. Okay? No games. No games. I'm not falling for your crap. And this so called girlfriend, you're probably trying to make Malaya jealous. Honestly, Daniel, you're pathetic and you're sick and twisted. Simple as that. Now, I do have a question for you, Kent. How do you think it's possible that during the time, this is a question that was asked to me, that during this time they managed, during the time of Jack and Lily's disappearance, not only did they clean up the yard, but there's new decking and everything. New, the fence is all fixed up. They got all this decking going on. So instead of searching for Jack and Lily, you know, let's start building the fences and making the property look good. What are your thoughts on that, Kent? About the yard, not only the yard being cleaned. Okay, that let's clean up the yard a little bit. But hey, let's build some new decking and stuff as well while we're at it.
Well, they had the fence in the process of being built when the kids went missing. The porch, apparently the porch was brand new from what people say. They just finished that front porch. Um, like I say, I said all along when you guys were talking that CBC there, when they were talking to Daniel every day and they were putting it out and he was saying that he was going and searching. I said, how do we know that he's searching? He's telling us he is, but how is he? Because those searchers, for when they were in the woods, when they came out, all they were complaining about was how thick the friggin' bugs and the ticks and everything else was. And we hadn't heard that complaint from Daniel once. So I think he just, like I say, it's been 11 weeks. And I think that he's just continued working on the deck, doing the deck work. And it's looking pretty good now.
It is. Jack and Lily aren't there, but it's looking really good. It's
Yeah,
looking real good.
I understand that. It's the same as he fucking didn't have a stapler. Well, he had all the rest of his tools to work on the deck, but he didn't have the stapler. It's just nonsense. It's like I say, we need reliable information to be able to solve the case or the investigation. And unless Malaya comes out and tells us a story that's believable, and
Hmm.
we can connect the points together with some of the truths that we have and dispute the lies that we know we've got, either her or her mother, because I think that she probably, even though she might not have the greatest relationship with her mother, from what we've been told, I still think that she would have confided in her in some sense. And other than that, we're waiting for the RCMP. And I don't know how else to explain it. And it's sad, really, when you considering that there's 2 kids missing. But, like, it's hard.
Absolutely. I really feel like the RCMP are on this. And like what we're trying to do, we're trying to make lies into truth of what really happened to Jack and Lily. But the RCMP, they have the digital data. They have so much more information than what we do. I I was told, and uh, I was told that basically what we know is only probably, is a small portion of the truth in a sense. So we'll leave that at that part there. And we know that too. Like, trust me, you guys, again, if you're new to true crime, then some of these things, some of these toxic Facebook groups out there, are just ridiculous. They're nasty. They're just combative. They're ignorant and they're repetitive. A lot of these ones, okay? I really do not like being in them. Well, actually, to be honest with you, let me just cut the chase. I think I was in that general chat one a couple times. Okay, I don't need their information. This channel already has the information, and why? Because from all sides of it, whether it's been through, regardless, Susan Hidden in the Fog, and her interviews, whether it's been from Belinda, we're pretty much. Again, we don't really need to go to other channels to get the information. Either the news is putting it out, the RCMP is putting out, or someone like Janie who was in the private chat. And I think Gren, we personally don't have a private Facebook group. I'm talking about Alana King's private Facebook group that she has going on. And again, Janie ended up leaving it. Drama started. People are leaking things. And although I know Alana's here, but I'm still going to say my piece on this one. So Charmaine was, like Daniel was in the group yesterday when we were on the live, and somebody had said that. And you guys, or was it yesterday? You guys are all trying to get my attention and whatever. I could have cared less, to be honest with you, at this point. I knew if anyone was going to see what was being said in there, Charmaine was looking, probably Kent was looking as well, to what Daniel was saying. But anyways, Daniel makes this comment, and I know Alana has her thoughts on it, but these are my thoughts on this because I agree with Charmaine. So Daniel makes this comment, and he says, basically, so just to make sure that what I would have to look at it exactly, but basically to say that just to make sure that everything stays in here, right? Like right girls, right group. And then next thing you know, boom, guess what? Leaking screenshots come out of that group. Now, again, I wasn't born ass yesterday either, and neither was Charmaine. Um, Basically, Daniel makes this comment, which I find to be an odd comment because he already knows it's a private group. He's playing a game. And if anyone doesn't realize that by now with all his lies and the way he's trying to do it, like he's some sort of freaking ass celebrity, Daniel, like I said, I got your number, dude. It's sickening. It's sickening watching. What's sickening and pathetic is watching you play these games, and that some people are actually buying your bullshit, but most people are pretty much, I think, wise to the crap. I mean, like I said, we can't tell a straight timeline. Why is that? Because of all you guys lying over there. That's why we can't tell it. So imagine what the RCMP is going through on all of this. But anyways, so these little leakies keep happening. This supposed Taylor person, you know, Again, a game. I just see this as one freaking ass game of distraction, is what's going on here. Daniel, you're trying to distract from the truth because you wouldn't know the truth if it hit you with a bullseye right up the ass there. And I'm not playing your game. I don't care what live you have. Well, you won't, because I'm pretty sure the deal that you're waiting for on Netflix, 2 children are missing. You sound like Christopher Proudfoot, that you make a comment about Netflix. You don't care about Jack and Lily. You don't care about Jack and Lily at all. You just care about giving us a bunch of bullshit. For why? Why? What are you hiding? What are you guys hiding, Janie, Malaya, Daniel? What are you guys hiding? Jack and Lily, right? Information about Jack and Lily? Absolutely. It's a joke. It's a joke, is what it is. Thank you, Alana. I'll let you come in there. So yeah. Let's see. We'll see what. If the mother gets involved with someone who is in the middle of a missing child case, the mother should be charged with child endangerment. Emo. You know, the thing. Hi, always. Thank you so much for the super chat and your thoughts on this. You know, besides the day of the May 2nd and a little into May 3rd, was text messages that Belinda had sent from Malaya, right? And then there was one towards the latter part, end of June there, that Malaya was talking again with Belinda on that stuff. Other than that, it's her interview. Now, we do not know the truth of this whatsoever, but bottom line is, it started off with a lie, no matter what, between Daniel and Malaya. And that lie is still crystal clear to me. They couldn't keep the story that they had come up with. Now, you have to ask yourself why. And you do have to ask yourself this: is Malaya left that property? Malaya has portrayed about a controlling relationship and that she didn't want to be there. Yes, again, you take Darren's information with a grain of salt on this, all this, right? He said Malaya was looking to get out of there a few months prior. Wouldn't shock me. Daniel is putting her down. So imagine, I'm just saying, on this part, speculation. So Malaya's didn't know that these messages were going to go out to the public, okay? She certainly did not. And so, she hasn't really, I don't think she has, since that time that we put out those last messages, spoken to Belinda anymore. Why? I'm sure she has to be very smart and wise with what she's doing. For all we know, she could exactly know the answers, and that she did lie at the start. And then, of course, the first canary to sing, right? Depending on what the involvement might be or might not be, is the person that's going to get off, in a sense, or have lesser charges going against them. But that's speculation. We don't know exactly, but we don't. That Malaya left the property out of Daniel's own mouth. He said that Malaya's side of the family was accusing him of having something to do with Jack and Lily. Again, why would you need to lie if you didn't? But anyways, right, that we heard Haley's interview there on Hidden in the Fog, about say a potential drugs being found, and that's why Daniel was acting all crazy and stuff like that, and that Malaya had said, third party, because remember, we're hearing it, so take it with whatever you want to take it with, that Malaya said he's been doing math for the relationship, basically. And again, perhaps that waterfall stuff, that, you'll know the old Darren. Again, was that a cleaner Darren? We don't, Darren, why am I saying Darren? Daniel. We don't know the true answers because there's too busy lying going on. And all we're trying to do is bring you and make you the most sense out of all this nonsense going on. Go ahead, Kent. Thank you always for your super chat and your comment.
I'm just reading down through the comments and
Sure. And I want
um,
okay. I asked, do you want to go back to the article?
yeah,
As
let's go through the article because there's a little bit more discussion there that we can possibly explain to people
okay.
why there's not as much coverage on Darren's stuff, right?
Now, where's the rest of this article?
The
By the way,
article is in the link before the
here it
video
is.
that I sent you.
Found it, found it, found it. Okay. So, and thank you guys. And again, we'll be doing a live tonight with Belinda. Okay. So, Belinda will be joining us tonight. And again, it's going to be a great live. Honestly, I felt like it was, we were talking, I was talking with Belinda, you know, and she was going to be thinking about doing another live because obviously there's a lot of information coming out. She's had a conversation with Janie and, she wanted to put her thoughts, kind of together. So so I asked Belinda this morning, I said, would you be up for doing a live today? Because obviously this to me is the perfect timing for Belinda to do a live based on what Janie has said, the conversation, put out the information as Belinda knows it herself. She doesn't have a stake in the game. She wasn't on the property. There's no need for her to lie whatsoever. She's been the only person outwardly fighting for Jack and Lily's answers to what happened to Jack and Lily. And so again, you guys, biggest hugs to Belinda. She will be joining us tonight at 8 o'clock Nova Scotia time. So that would be 7 Eastern Standard and 4 o'clock my time. And don't forget that the 6 p.m. version will be coming out. And again, we don't know the full answer here. Now, Darren does make some mention, Kent says in this article. Okay, with Darren's interview, there probably might not even be one coming out, but we don't know for sure, but I doubt it. Darren, anything Darren's saying is speculation, okay? They don't want to hear about speculation and all this drama shit on the actual news. If anything, the only thing that Darren could actually offer is about his fight for Jack and Lily and the fact that he maybe talk to Cindy Murray and stuff like that. But as for the drama stuff of it, because that's all Darren's been doing is doing a lot of third person talking for Janie and Daniel and getting it mixed up. News isn't into that type of crap, okay? So chances are, I'm going to guess that we're probably not going to see an interview with Darren, that they probably did it. He probably talked their ear off, to be honest with you, with a lot of absurdities that he feels could be truth. However, Darren sees fit, whatever. But the news, that's where YouTube kind of comes in because the news doesn't feed into that stuff. They cover the basics, and just try to cover the facts that are coming out of their mouth with a bunch of editing. So I'll be a monkey's uncle if we actually see an interview from Darren from the news. Myself, Kent.
But before you get going there, Sonny,
Yeah.
there's Roxy is asking me to answer a question. I don't know what question she's talking about. I'm scrolling through and I'm reading all the questions. Andy 8, you're asking if you said that there was a garage that burnt in June in Pictou County, and was it my garage? Yes, it was. Did it burn? Yes. We showed pictures. Sonny showed pictures here on the thing. I had no insurance on the building or contents. There was insurance on our customers' vehicles, and so therefore there wasn't a full fire investigation. But there was only two things that we could have expected it to have been. One was electrical. The second was a backdraft from the furnace because we had the furnace going that day. But there was no backdraft as far as we can tell. The guys left the shop at 5 o'clock. They went to Pictou. They come back at 5:30. The shop was on fire. The old part of the shop where the fire started was rough lumber construction exposed, and there was the bays itself were finished with gyprock, but the rest of it was exposed rough lumber, and it just went up like matchsticks. It was a complete loss. I've got about 35 feet by 40 feet section of the building that is left, and that's I'm going to build an end wall, and that's what we're going back in. If anybody is trying to say that it was arson, don't be messaging me. If you have proof of that, call the goddamn RCMP. But as far as we know and are able to tell, it was electrical.
Yeah. And again, Kent, I'm so sorry that that happened to you before your 40th year that you were going to celebrate in July that you said. And honestly, we were doing a live, and Kent basically said, like, what can I do? Like, basically, he was still here for Jack and Lily because at the end of the day, it's one of those things. When something happens, there's no taking it back. It happened, and then he has to move forward and just deal with it, which he knows. I want to say this again, and I'll speak from my heart as always. Um, Kent has been nothing but a true stand-up person. Um, as a human being, me and Charmaine have got to know Kent through all of our voice talks, through all of our personal group that we have. It's a great space for me and Charmaine and Kent to talk about this case, where we can just throw things off of each other. Um, he is a good man. I know a good person when I meet a good person, and he is a good man. And he has been here. He's been telling you guys about the area, Pictou. Kent, again, I'm going to thank you so much for coming across your path, for involvement in this case, and giving us some Pictou County information that you can provide that an outsider can't provide. But if there's one thing that me and Charmaine both see, is that although Kent only has one device, which is his phone, and unfortunately he can't see on screen plus read chats and stuff like that. Like I said, me and Charmaine have come to know him. He's just a good person, is what he is. I want to be very clear on that with anyone that ever doubts Kent or the fire, and making innuations about that, as if there's something to do between that and Jack and Lily going missing. I don't buy that for 1 second at all. Um, what I do know from being in true crime is when things have to get that absurd, besides excluding the Lori Vallow case, but when things have to get that twisted from the Occam's razor, it's because it's too far fetched that this would have to happen. This because he knew this person, that person, and this. It's it's so it gets so absurd sometimes out there. I don't follow the path of that type of conspiracy at all, except for the Lori Vallow case. Okay, but other than that, it's usually Occam's razor, and in this case, we have Janie, Daniel, and Malaya that were on that property, and we can't get one simple proper storyline ever while Daniel's playing his little games. And honestly, he doesn't remember what he says. I don't know what kind of fabrication in his own world that he believes, when he's forgetting that he said something. He's a distraction. He's trying to be a distraction. And sorry again, Daniel, you know what? This isn't about a personal attack on you. It's what you're doing to yourself. You're doing this to yourself. Let's make that clear. You're the one looking like a fool. Okay? Malaya, again, she's doing her thing, right? Everyone's pissed off because she's not speaking up. We don't know the actual answers wise. Is it a good look? No. But we don't know the true answer there either. Janie, we don't know what part of it is truthful or not. You could tell that the bubbles were going off. Somebody asked if it was in the Facebook chat. No, it had nothing to do with the Facebook chat. Why? Because only Bree and Lana could pose a question. We had to go through them for them to post it, for them to post the question. It was only coming through when Kent was using his Android phone that cleared. Well, besides Janie referencing the fact about Daniel being there anyway, I mean, it was like all you could hear was the bubbles going off. in that 2 hours and 37 minutes that I captured of all those clippings, bubble, 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 bubble. That totally reminded me of somebody going, Janie going, oh yeah, and another thing I'd like to clear up, right? She's probably reading these messages as Daniel's texting her because it's her son. I believe that she believes her son, right? I believe that Janie believes that she's telling the truth for the most part. But I think it's mixed with son's lies because he ain't my son, and I ain't here to protect you, Janie, Daniel. I ain't here to make up excuses for your family's lack of behavior, for not bringing awareness to Jack and Lily, talking about stupid staplers and getting posters 2 months after the fact of them disappearing. And you guys are claiming that Malaya did something with these children, and you want us to buy that. And on top of the fact that you couldn't get off your own asses and go sit there and put out posters through everywhere that you guys weren't even promoting pushing others. So don't give me that crock of shit and those bullshit tears either when you're sitting there talking about Jack and Lily and how much they mean to you. I'm an outsider looking in. They could mean a lot to you in different ways. A mother can be a mother and give birth to a child. That doesn't mean that they have a connection all the time. So to sit there and say that somebody that they just truly want to have answers for Jack and Lily, that would require your asses to remove them from the freaking land and literally go hand out flyers and sit there and post them. If you believe that they're out there, why wouldn't you guys be doing that? I'm sorry if I'm being blunt. I'm not heartless at all. But you know what? This is a case about 2 missing children and not you. So get off the pot and start doing some action instead of this. We don't want to hear this. We want you to be doing the action then if it's about Jack and Lily. Preach it, Sonny. Okay. Okay, so let's get into this part here. Janie Mackenzie was asleep in her trailer when she woke up to the sound of her dog barking, a telltale sign of her 2 young stepchildren were outside playing on a swing set in the backyard, right? Again, because every mother does that before they're about to toss them in a car secretly. She heard that Lily and Jack Sullivan's voices. Oh, wait, she said she heard Lily and Jack Sullivan's voices from her bedroom, only a few steps away. So she heard the swing set, heard their voices. Now, she denies, I just want to put this in there, she denies that she said shush, even though Darren said that she heard Malaya say shush to the kids. Belinda will be talking about that at nice and the truth of the phone call with Janie and the conversation. But I'll let Belinda talk about that herself. So after that, I heard nothing, said Mackenzie. Janie, we'll just say Janie, on the morning of May 2nd, when the 2 children disappeared from the property in Lansdowne Station, a sparsely populated community in Nova Scotia, Pictou County. Most of this, you guys, a lot of times what they do is they take the video and then they turn it into the words that are mostly on the video. So Brooks Murray told the children we're missing, recalled Janie, and had been gone for about 20 minutes. Well, again, I want to stop there because as I'm reading this, I have to get my thoughts out sometimes right away. So we all know that there was a text from Malaya Brooks Murray to Belinda that the children were last heard at 8 o'clock to 8:30. Okay, there ain't no 20-minute time gap between this and when the 911 call went out at 10:01. That ain't no 20-minute time gap. That means that they obviously lied and were sleeping that entire time till basically 9:40. Malaya tells Belinda that the children disappeared 9:40. That makes sense to the 10 o'clock time, the 20 minutes. So what happened to the 8 o'clock to 8:30 time when that's the last time they heard? Again, try to mix that in with Daniel's Lily coming in and out of the bedroom, Jack and all that stuff, and that he was barely in no sleep at all, right? So this timeline doesn't make sense at all, let alone to the fact of there's an 8:48 call from Ron is his name, Janie's brother. And then somehow Janie sees Malaya standing out there as if she had this guilty look on her face. And anyways, it's just absurd, this lying. I closed the door, got my boots on, came out, and ran up into the woods. But are you sure it wasn't you and Daniel? Because Daniel says that he did that too, Janie. And then saw Malaya on the phone calling 911, right? That's his second version. Mackenzie said in an interview outside the trailer, it is his first time. It is the first time CBC News has been given access to the property from which the children went missing. I do appreciate Janie letting the news on there to do this interview with her so that we could see the property as well as it is on from the ground level instead of from a drone angle. Mackenzie said she was speaking to her brother on the phone at about 8:48 local time and then dozed off before being awoken by the dog barking, so that the children went missing sometime after that. What followed was days of extensive searches. Okay, I'm kind of going to cut to the chase because you guys, we all know the story, but I want to hear. Let me just hit Control F. Let's go to where does it say Darren?
Yeah, it's down near the
Okay.
end of the article.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. RCMP investigation. You guys can come to this article if you haven't seen it or not. If you haven't, I will drop it in to the. You guys, I'm on a different screen, so I don't see any chat right now. Okay, but that's the article that I'm reading right there. But we'll go down to the RCMP investigation question. I don't think they're in the woods. We searched this place. They had helicopters out. They had drones out. They had searches out. They went all over the place with a fine tooth comb. A member of the Brooks Murray's extended family is also critical in how the RCMP investigation has played out. Darren Geddes, a cousin of Brooks Murray's grandmother, Patty, okay, said he has been speaking with many members of both families in the weeks following the disappearance and believed he had information that could be pertinent to the investigation, but was brushed off by the Mounties. Okay. That goes without saying, to be honest with you. I'm sure they're sick and tired of hearing that man's name, to be honest with you. But you know what? Every piece of information is supposed to be looked at, but I'm sure that they've had hundreds of people saying Darren's name. It's not hurt, it's rage, and I'm trying to control it, um, Getty said in a recent interview, adding that he did eventually track down an officer to take his statement. On Wednesday, RCMP said units from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario are working on the case. Um, so obviously, there's a picture. There's a slide, right? There are trailers to the right, obviously. Little hens over here to the left. Let's see here. Spokesperson Corporal Carly McCann, which we saw in the press conferences, said, or she said recently in that one, said a pink blanket that was seized on Lansdowne Road on the first day of the search is being okay. So Kent,
Yeah,
okay,
I understand that, but it was the second day according to the dispatch. I don't know which one is improper,
I
but it's a misprint or misspoke on one of them.
yeah,
I
you
picked
know,
everybody picked that up this morning in the other different videos that I've seen out since this came out. Everybody was saying, "Well, I thought the blanket was the second day." And from what we knew before this statement, I don't know if it was a misprint or a misspoke on dispatch audio, but it would be nice to have that confirmed by the RCMP. One of the reporters should ask that question because that is big.
uh, absolutely. Now, Kent, let me ask you this: if you were to say it was the first day or second day, knowing that it was Logan and was
Daryl.
Cheryl, right? Well, you know what? Um, so yeah, if you were to pick between the two, um, what would you pick, first day or second day?
Second day.
Okay. What about you guys in chat? Knowing that there is a bunch of confusion. Sunny, I'm going to send you a letter I was sent from Malaya saying she is fine with everything. Wait, got to watch your wording there, Missy. Because that can get very easily twisted, that statement on there.
I think
Uh,
it's as mean as far as the fundraiser goes, Sonny.
oh, yes. Okay, so, like, right. It has to be worded properly, people, or else it gets twisted. We all know how that works, right, Daniel? Um, let's see here. What do you guys think? First day or second day? One second here. Um, Kim, she seems very concerned with him seeing Meadow. Well, why else would she risk taking off from her mother's? I believe that too. Honestly, I truly feel that Malaya did not want Daniel to be around Meadow, and she made the mistake of leaving and breaking her order um, because she didn't want Daniel um, near Meadow. Do you think the same way, Kent, on that one?
What's that?
Do you think the same thing? Do you think? What do you do? You think that Malaya made a grave mistake by leaving that property? I think it's because she didn't want Daniel to be like two children are already missing. I believe that she knows the answer, and that she didn't want Daniel to be at all near Meadow. So
Well,
that's
she was leaving anyway. I don't know when she was going to leave, but I feel that this, like, the only thing that I can think of why this happened is because she wanted out of there for whatever reason or purpose, and she didn't want, like, Daniel had no say really legally over Jack and Lily, so she could do with them what she wanted, but she didn't want the confrontation because I feel that Malaya is timid personality, in my own opinion.
I agree.
And I don't think she wanted confrontation if Daniel was around when she decided to leave. And I think that that was going to be very shortly when, depending on the sequencing of the events of when Janie came out of the trailer and
Mhm.
Malaya was standing there with Meadow on her hip, if Janie wouldn't have come out for another 15 or 20 minutes, I believe Malaya would have been gone. But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah. Um, you guys, it was the first day that the blanket was found. I do have confirmation of that. Not going to tell you who, but I have confirmation of that. Um, so it was the first day, and I honestly was confused myself because of the scanner. But what I realized when I was listening to the scanner is that on Plunder, I couldn't seem to make out what day it was, one or two. I was confused myself because as she's kind of going through the thing, it wasn't actually clear to me. Now, again, in my head, I can't help but think of this now. Think about um, Daniel hopping in a vehicle, and she met him up top of the road and going down over that area. Let's put some of that into perspective again. Is that according to Daniel, or maybe it was Darren actually? Well, actually, I'll play it now again. Okay, I want to make this very crystal clear. Um, what Darren said that Daniel was saying to him. And Daniel was talking about this stuff in Dolly about the sweaters. But I'm going to play this for you guys again. I think it's really important. And the reason why I keep playing this is because Daniel keeps playing games And he lied about the blanket. We know he lied because he said he didn't believe it was, or that no, it wasn't Lily's. Malaya said she believed it was. And it was like, wait, what? Two different stories yet again. And then Darren
But
tried to,
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
The only reason why I was originally thinking it was day 2 was because of the timing of when the blanket was found.
Right.
Because if the 911 call didn't go in till 10,
Uh-huh.
then I didn't think that like Cheryl and the rest of the family
Uh-huh.
was probably 11:30 or 12 o'clock by the time that they got there, if they're coming from Truro, because it's a 45 to 50-minute drive, depending whereabouts in Truro you're at.
Yeah.
Um, and that blanket was spotted by the searchers. I think it was like mid-afternoon, 1:30, 2 o'clock, in
But
sort of the timeline on Plunder's audio tapes, right? So that's why it made me think that it had to have been day 2, because there wasn't enough time for everybody else there to get there, of the ones that found the blanket, to point it out. But if it was day 1, then that sort of tightens that
yeah.
time frame up a little bit more on it, if you
The
understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, now Belinda said that the boot print, and we'll talk with Belinda tonight, was on day 2, on the pipeline.
On the pipeline, yeah.
Yeah, for that blanket, day 1, and now we know in the scanner that it said family members had,
Brought it to their attention, yeah.
yeah, brought to the attention of the location of that. But let me, like I said, let me gonna take this off. I think that's the only. So I don't truly believe myself that there might be, you guys. I can't say it 100%, but I'm not going to be shocked if there's no video of Darren giving an interview, because most of his stuff is just repetitive stuff, and him trying to put a narrative to what happened to Jack and Lily, and they're not there to
Well, it's
report.
speculation,
It's speculation.
right?
It's not
They would look at it,
speculation.
and like when they were talking about in his video there of and it wasn't the, I know you made the comment about avoidance, but that refers to that Saturday, um when he went as far as he could, that he felt he tried to get a hold of the RCMP, and he was running around, and it was like 2 hours before he was able to track one down, and for them to finally take his statement. But I can see them not releasing much of his interview, because that would
Yeah.
be speculative.
Mm-hmm.
It's an alternative sequence of
Theory.
events,
Yeah.
and they would want to investigate anything that they could,
Mm-hmm.
to see if it's going to lead them that way, or if it's a wild goose
Yeah.
chase.
I'm sure the RCMP wouldn't be very fond of the news putting out that either.
And that's why there was only a couple of statements,
Statements.
because it was relating the same information that Janie had put out.
Mhm.
That's his 2
Which
statements in
is,
the article, was basically just saying the same thing that Janie had said. So that's why they picked and chose. Now, whether there's a little bit more insight to Darren's tonight on the actual news story,
yeah, maybe
that'll
they
be
might.
interesting to see.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Okay. I want to tackle Andy H's question. Andy, I'm not here to pick on Daniel into the sense of picking on him. It's not about sitting there going, here, let me, you know what, let's pick on Daniel. Boo. It's not about that, okay? It's about what Daniel is doing himself, which is lying. So it's not, so I'm not going to defend a liar. I'm sorry, Andy. He defends himself and does very little, um, but a lot more than Malaya. Well, we can't really overly speak about Malaya because it's Daniel that keeps popping in and doing interviews and telling lies. So I'm not here to play games about, oh, Malaya did this and Daniel did this, and I'm trying to pick on Daniel and I'm trying to pick on Malaya. Now, I'm just dealing with the information that's out there. So when somebody's lying, and including Malaya, okay, but obviously Daniel keeps consistently contradicting himself with lies, okay, constantly, because he's putting himself out there, right? And he's making himself look like an absolute fool now. It is ridiculous to what Daniel has said and done, okay? Again, I'm pretty sure that we probably could show you more information that you're probably maybe not as aware of when it comes to the double talking and lies, because we also have the private group chat as well, that has had said things said in it by Janie, and by Daniel as well. But anyways, so what's the end part there? When it comes to the children, they aren't even his right. So you ask yourself this: why is somebody lying? Is that person lying, Andy? And I'm not upset at you or nothing, by no means, making my point. 2 children are missing, and there's lying going on, and Daniel constantly um, is lying, right? And his actions are speaking so loud and clear that it's a joke, to be honest with you. 2 children missing. So either he's covering up his own ass, and that's exactly what I feel, hypothetically, allegedly, that Daniel is doing. He's
Or
trying.
Malaya.
Well, we can say Malaya, but I'm talking about Daniel at this point. Malaya, again, we don't know all what's going on there. But I'm saying to you, clearly there's lying by both of them at the start. But
Yep.
Daniel is putting himself out to the public, and you can deem it that he's freaking fighting for the rest of his life. Wait, what? What do you mean for the rest of your life, Daniel? How do you know it's going to be for the rest of your life that the children that you're going to continue searching? If you don't think he's playing a game, that's your conclusion. I'm not buying his shit he's selling. And again, I'm putting out his own words. His own words. That's the difference. This isn't about picking on Daniel. It's not freaking play in the sandbox, and talk like that. This is about Daniel's own words that he's putting out himself, that's getting him in the big pile of crap that he is online with people, because nobody can believe a word out of his mouth. Nobody's believing Malaya because they don't know what the heck's going on there. And nobody's going to believe Janie because this is her son. And
Yep.
Daniel is propagating a narrative. They're propagating a narrative that these children somehow played on a swing before Malaya put them in a vehicle that Janie didn't hear pull up, right? That she would have heard Jackie boy. It's ridiculous. So they're propagating a narrative that Malaya put these children in a vehicle and somehow has hidden them. Now, I know what Kent's opinion is on this. I know what mine and Charmaine's opinion is on this. It is a very hopeful, wishful thinking. But the chances of that being true, considering they can't even tell a timeline, is very unlikely. It is more likely that these children are not alive based on these type of situations. That's the reality of it. But the wishful thinking, the hopeful thinking is that they're alive. But if they can't even tell a proper timeline, and they want to act like Malaya put these kids, let them play out on the freaking backyard somehow by herself, right? Because what was Daniel doing? Because they both came out at the same time, according to the first story. They both were out there. So there's no hope in hell that anyone would have seen Malaya put these kids into a vehicle based on their timeline, based on their own words. Now, I didn't fall off a turnip truck, and I'm pretty sure most of you guys didn't either. So I'm going with the facts. Like I said yesterday, when I was speaking with Kent, I'm going with their own words, not my words, their own words. Let me make that Christopher Proudfoot loud and clear. He always said that, by the way, Kent. Let me be, no,
Yeah.
he always said, let me be crystal clear. Let me be it is an expression, that one that gets used, but he used that all the time. Let me be crystal clear.
Yeah.
How's your blood pressure today? Stuff from transcripts being released. Oh, talking about Delphi. We're not getting into Delphi at all here.
I want to address Frenchy Tribe's question there,
Sure.
and she says,
What time is it at?
I don't,
You can see
12:44.
12. Oh, you're seeing Nova Scotia time, so that would be 8:44 my time.
44. She
Yeah.
says the audacity for anybody to think Malaya owes the public anything. We're not
You know what to
saying
tell her.
we're not saying that Malaya owes us, the public, and should be speaking in public. But what we do, or I think I can speak on behalf of most people,
Everybody.
is that we are out here trying to find these kids, and she's not doing nothing. Most mothers in the chat will tell you there's no way in hell I would have left the property if my kids were missing. And that if she had to leave the property, she would have been back every day searching. The
So
only reason, the only reason why the mother wouldn't be back searching is
no.
because if she knew the end result.
Exactly.
One, they're dead. Two, she shipped them off with family for whatever reason. She knows. She has to know. Either that or she doesn't care. And I cannot say a mother wouldn't care about her own children. I can't say that. I don't know the woman. I, like, that's not logical. So the only thing that you can logically say, the reason why Malaya isn't
It's not.
pleading for her kids to be found and or returned would because she knows whatever the result is. And if you say that that is dead, then she should be telling the RCMP that, and the RCMP should be pretty easy to find cooperating evidence and make arrests. And if it's the other way around, and if she shipped them off to somebody, explain it. Don't keep it going on. We're 11 weeks.
Yeah.
I've only seen, and it hasn't stayed up there, but I have not. It hasn't popped, and I know we're not friends, so it's not like it's going to pop up in my feed. But there's all kinds of stuff that pops up in my feed on Facebook that I'm not friends with about the same stuff that I share, because that's how the algorithms work. So if she was out there every day on her Facebook making a
Mhm.
post or posting the missing persons poster, pleading for the kids to be returned or found, one day in 11 weeks it would pop up in my feed because of the amount of information that I share about it.
Exactly. Exactly. And just to add on to that, Kent, and like it was said the other day, um, they don't owe it to us. They owe it to Jack and Lily. So if some
Exactly.
exactly. So the audacity to say that is because that's is a one track mind thinker. I'm sorry by your comment, to be honest with you. Uh, Something tribe, whatever your name is. Okay. So now open up your ears. Open up and pay attention. Because again, she doesn't owe us shit. She owes Jack and Lily something. So if she knows the answer, why is she going to come out to the public if she knows the end result? That's the way I'm seeing this, is that she already knows the result here, and that's why she's not using her Facebook. She's not pleading. That's what makes logical sense. So, Charmaine, welcome. Charmaine? Oh, she's muted. You gonna unmute yourself? And thank you, Women's Warrior, as well. Thank you, guys. Again, um, keeping this case alive for the awareness of Jack and Lily. That's what we're here for. If you have not hit that like and the share, again, do it for Jack and Lily. We'll be doing a live tonight with Belinda at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8 p.m. Nova Scotia time, 7 Eastern Standard Time. So, uh, Howdy, Charmaine.
Hi, I'm only here real quick because I don't know what's going on, but my connection is really bad, and
Okay.
I've been typing it in chat, but nobody's reading it. So,
Sorry.
number one, the man that we see walking in that video is not Earl,
Okay. Who is it?
and number two is Kent. Janie has sent you a message that she wants you to read.
Oh, sorry, Charmaine. Too many darn messages going by.
Well, how do I do that? I'm
Oh,
going to have to go out.
oh okay.
Well, go
Well,
out, get your
go on,
message,
come
and
back.
then come back.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be some. That Sunny, she's so nasty. Da 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 da. Blah 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 blah. Again, it's not about picking on somebody. Well, for the most part, uh, it's just about their own words being used against them in a timeline that doesn't make sense. And if it smells like shit, it's because it is shit. Um, my grandma always said if it doesn't sound right to the ear, it's because it's not the truth, right? And that's the bottom line here. The truth isn't coming out. Go ahead, Charmaine.
No, I mean that's why I'm here. I just wanted to get those two things across. If you give me 1 second, I will check my messenger
Sure. While
for
you're
an
figuring
answer
that
to your
out,
question.
look at my own darn
Um,
messenger.
so Uncle Earl is a skinnier, taller man. He has the same sort of frame that Daniel does, so that man is definitely not Earl.
Maybe.
So I mean, it could be anybody, and if Kent doesn't think
Could
it
be.
was Darren, I mean, in reality, a lot of us don't know what Darren looks like, but
Doesn't look like that.
he
Yeah.
doesn't.
No. Hmm.
I mean, hair grows, so
Yeah, but he's not white haired. Not like that. Let me. I mean, his picture's out there, um, all like across the internet. Um, I have his picture. I put it on a thumbnail because everybody else was putting his face out there. So figured, okay, well, whatever. It is what it is. But that's what happens when you do put yourself out there, right? Let me just see if I can quickly find it. Choo, 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 choo. Thumbnail, thumbnail, thumbnail. Um, oh, I got too many pictures, too many screenshots. Way too many. Hmm. I only ever took the one. Huh. 1 second. Yeah, I'll have to go find it. He obviously he took it. He took it down now. He had a bunch of different pictures. Oh, there's Kent back. All right. Hey Kent. So, um, is she being nasty to me in that one?
No, not at all.
Okay. Fair
It was only a little short message. But what she wanted everybody to know is she said that her interview was almost 3 hours long.
Okay.
And the big thing that she stressed is she said she showed them all the conversations of like with her brother and stuff on the day of. Um, she showed them and they took pictures of her phone, which showed the times, the actual specific times of everything that happened. And she stressed that she wanted that in the interview, and she's disappointed that they didn't show it in the video that came out this morning, and that it's only 8 minutes and 33 seconds long. So she just wanted to tell everybody, or wanted me to tell everybody, that she gave them all that, and she wanted it in there, but she knew it wasn't going to cover the whole thing because they were there for 3 hours.
Yeah. And that's fair play on that, because we know that the news edits stuff, and you know, oh, sorry, you came through 1 second. Okay, so right, we know that the news edits stuff. Now, again, let's be very clear on what the news wants out of this. What they care about is a story. A story, okay? There are people that are within those news groups that, are definitely curious about what happened to Jack and Lily, and some people as parents, okay? But they work for a news channel. So anyone that begrundles the true crime network and stuff like that, on when people donate, or that you're, oh my God, you're making a profit off of the missing and the murdered, kiss my ass on that one, first and foremost. And secondly, the news is there for dollars and the news that's going on in the now, right? So like Kent said earlier, and this is always what happens in true crime cases, the news will fade off. And the only time they'll start doing more updates is when, especially as time goes on, it's because maybe like Daniel has come forward, or Janie in this instance, to come to do an interview. And you'll hear little updates as, different anniversaries come along, certain things like that. Other than that, they fade out of the news for the most part, because they're covering every other thing. They are there for a job. They are there for the most amount of a clipping that is going to be the most relevant to them, that will gain the attention of the audience. That's where YouTube and news is different, is that I believe on bringing all of the words that I can get from the family members. The news won't do this. So we are two separate entities that way, is that we will cover everything. Again, when Daniel speaks, I listen. When Daniel puts in a text message somewhere, well, they're getting old. They're just getting repetitive, to be honest with you. But whatever, right? If they're there, I'll still take a look if I see them. But I'm not going to go into freaking all these channels trying to keep up with all the channels that Daniel's trying to pop in and out of and talking. When Darren speaks, I'll listen. When Haley speaks, when Cheryl speaks, when Logan speaks, I'll listen, because those are their words regardless. And it's not like it's hitting the news that way. So I just want to be very clear on that, what the purpose of the news is for. And that is to clip, edit to the best of the content that they want to show, that gets them the most coverage for that piece of work. That's what it's for. It's not about, oh, my bleeding heart at CBC. It's a story to them. That's it. Whether they're personal. Where'd Charmaine go? Charmaine popped out. I wanted to ask her something. Get your back by. Okay. Thank you, Janie. Again, whether you like me or dislike me, that's okay. Bottom line is, if you wanted that to be said, and Kent said it, absolutely fair game, right? Again, I personally think that Janie um, is being as truthful as she knows, but I also think that that's mixed with Daniel's information. And it comes down to this. It's about Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily, where is Jack and Lily? What truth do you believe out of the lies? Because where is everyone going? I probably Kent had to pop out too on there. Feel lonely. Not really. Okay. Again, we're going to be doing a live at 4. There comes Kent back. Hey, Kent, did you have to pop? You had to pop out there.
I got another phone call.
Oh,
I
from
got
who?
another piece of information confirmed.
Okay.
That man in the background in the driveway is Darren. He
Is
was
it is?
there when they were doing the interview. He just
Okay.
called me. He said that he's in chat, and he tried to say it 3 or 4 times that it is him, and no one was picking it up.
That's because
So
he's
then,
blocked.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
Darren,
anyway,
you're
he
blocked.
called me. So
Yeah.
that's why we weren't seeing his comments. He can watch the video then, but he's not. His comments aren't coming through.
Yeah. You know,
Okay.
yeah, thank you. Okay, so I blocked Darren because he was too busy. Um, Instead of coming in, he was making threats, threats to Haley and being ignorant to me. And again, I was being very fair to Darren and giving him credit where credit was due. And then I just was like, no, I don't care who this is, but I'm not going to sit there and have those type of words be spoken when everyone else gets blocked for whenever they go on the attacks and stuff like that. So again, I'm not that person that kisses somebody's ass, but I also know that you can catch more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. By the same token, I'm a creator. I'm not someone sitting in the chat, right? I'm not going to rip somebody a new asshole if you're trying to get information out of them. But by the same token, enough was enough. So that's why he might be typing, but he doesn't realize that I blocked him. So we don't see any of his typing. Now, Janie, on the second hand, um, all this information is coming out. Janie's done her interview. She has Alana's private chat, just like Daniel was in yesterday, if she wishes to go back and add anything that has gotten flubbed up along the way. Regardless, tonight we will be hearing from Belinda. Okay, this is a paternal grandmother that has no stake in the game, no reason to lie. She's been there for Jack and Lily since day one. So we're just gonna go over this interview again, and then Belinda's gonna give her thoughts on whatever she wants to, as well. And I want to say again, as we're in the midst of all of this, I don't care what people think. Alana's organization, or sorry, shouldn't call it an organization. Her fundraiser for Jack and Lily, people are trying to tear that down. I'm not playing into that drama at all. Okay? All these things are being made with the money that is coming into the fundraiser. The event. Some people are making stupid comments like, well, why would they have a bouncy park at the festival and stuff like that? Grab yourself some brain cells on those for people that are trying to take away from Jack and Lily's events and Jack and Lily's items. Okay? This is something that Alana Bree and many others are using their own time and efforts to buy and make different items. There's more than just these, okay, guys? There's the decals, and I think the flags are coming in that Belinda thought would be a great idea for the vehicles. So shame on anyone that they want to sit there and keep trying to take away from good people. Shame on you. Seriously, if you don't want to donate, don't donate. But I'm not going to feed into the drama of that crap when I know. And if you trust this channel, then you'll trust me in my judgment when it comes to that Belinda is, you guys, it's giving her a little bit of solace, okay, to be able to help out with this fundraiser. That's the only one that they literally set this up, not because they're sitting there trying to go get do-re-mi, like, ooh, how much can I pocket myself? Okay, these people are doing things for the bottom of their heart. And for anyone to take away from Jack and Lily these items that you can all get and purchase, because obviously they got to pay somebody in order to get these made. So if they're a complete scammer or a fraud, right? Same with the GoFundMe. That was only an option is if somebody was out of the area or wished to donate regardless and say buy some bracelets and say, hey, give them out to people there with the money that I just donated. Please don't take away from good people. That's what I ask of you. If you're a good
And
person, go ahead.
the other point on the fundraiser is, like you say, to print and continue printing flyers and replacing them as they get weathered and everything else around the poles, around the province. Someone has to pay for that. So is Lana and Belinda and others that are working in Lily's and Jack's voices supposed to take that out of their own pocket? No. They're out there. They're going to organize an event
During
which
their
is
own
going to
time.
raise money, which will then allow them to do that. It's the same as the signs that were getting printed. We're selling a lawn sign for $20. I'll say $10 of the lawn sign pays for the sign. The other $10 goes into the pot. And just imagine if we sell 100 signs, that's $1,000. Well, then at 20 cents a copy, they can get
Right.
another couple thousand copies of the missing person
Absolutely.
posters made.
Yeah.
That's what the fundraiser is for. The
Oh,
fundraiser is not to establish a slush fund for anybody.
Daniel supports the fundraiser. Malaya supports the fundraiser. You
Yep.
know, even though there's like I said, these people trying to tear it down. I'm not, like I said, I refuse to get into the drama part. This channel's not about drama, but I'm also about truth, and I'm also about genuineness. When people like myself as a creator are just trying to do things genuinely from their heart, to do something because you care. I don't have to do one live about Jack and Lily. I don't have to do any lives. Again, I'm going overboard with my lives, knowing that I work full time every single day, like the 5 days a week. And then on my days off, I'm still doing lives typically, right? My husband, I let him do his gaming because I just like I let him do that because that's who he is. He lets me do as many lives as I want, especially when, and like I said, I sit there and I'm sure a lot of you guys eat sleep, shit, and drink this case, right? Because all you can think about is trying to make sense of these two children, and you go to bed thinking about it, and you wake up thinking about it. So imagine what Belinda, who has already told me that on a live when I asked her, like, how's your sleep? Um, and she said, that she barely can get any sleep because she's always thinking about Jack and Lily and what where the truth is. So regardless of if they are not alive or if they are alive, the awareness is there to find them, to bring awareness. Thank you. Thank you so much for my beautiful pieces of memory that no matter what the outcome, that Jack and Lily are a piece of my heart and will always be. So please, guys, don't let the negativity, don't let the evil versus the good take this down. Okay. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Besides, when I talked to Belinda tonight about how much this fundraiser means to her. But I will always respect good people that literally take time out of their own lives to write a song for Jack and Lily, to write a poem for Jack and Lily, to do a fundraiser for Jack and Lily. That's legit. And sit there and be so much appreciative that they're doing this on their own time, that they care so much about this case and they're trying to get ripped apart. Who's trying to rip in the apart? Who? It's the haters are going to hate, hate, hate. And they're always going to try to show shade. And you know what? I'll tell you, if there's one thing I know for sure, the people that speak the loudest on the hate side, it's because their asses ain't doing nothing from their side. All they're doing is just going around trying to spew a bunch of lies like little freaking piranhas and spread a bunch of lies. But the people that do that are the people that don't donate, don't do anything for the fundraiser, don't do anything for Jack and Lily besides hate towards Jack and Lily, because that's all they're spreading is just a bunch of hate. And they're a dime a dozen, but we're gonna leave that there.
Just
And
wait before you leave that, Sonny. Can you just put that post up there with Lannis Paige about how to order the bracelets? I see Connie Waddell is asking how do you buy those bracelets and keychains?
oh yeah, and I'm so proud to have them. I'm so proud that I can be a voice on here for Jack and Lily and for Belinda. And for Belinda, she has come up, and it's time again. Tonight is a perfect time, you guys. Again, whether it's Janie, Daniel, or Malaya, we just seek a truthful timeline. Not that we're owed it, but in a case of missing children, there shouldn't be any lying then. If the truth is being told, then we should have a perfect timeline and we could make sense of it, but we don't. So that's where the lies need to stop, right? But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen until the RCMP have come to a conclusion with this case. And, by chance, then we'll have a proper timeline. Kent, I think you're talking about share screen.
The Lansdowne's page on Facebook where you can order. It tells you how to order your bracelet. Contact her by email or
Is that the one with the fundraiser? No, because
no.
the one I was thinking about was this. Share screen.
But remember, I can't see your screen, so
Oh,
I don't
the
know
one
what you get up.
I'm thinking about the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would
Okay.
be where they would go to make contact to order
Okay.
stuff.
I just clicked on it. Where is it?
Alpine Lily and Jack website. There it is. There, somebody
Yeah.
Streamlab to put it in the
Oh my
comments.
goodness. I know, but oh, it's because it throws me off every time. Okay. So this is the website here, right? You guys see Streamlabs putting it out. Missing Lily and Jack Sullivan, Pictou County. Again, this is the vigil that Lana and others hold. I can't remember this lady's name that's speaking there. Brenda, somebody. Brenda, that was it. There's of course Belinda right here, and Alana again has done so much work for this initial fundraiser. You know what? And there's the video here as well. Bracelet fundraiser. Okay, guys. Let's see. I think it goes to a different page when I do that. I don't think it's whenever I click on a different page, it's here. Let me stop screen. Go to that one for a second here. Okay, the bracelet fundraiser. This is how much, but again, there's more than just that. Anyways, go to that link, Jack and Lily, for this one. But you guys, please, I'm asking you as a personal favor when it comes to this fundraiser. Please don't believe all those people that are trying to tear it down. Those people love to see good people being torn down. Alana's taken a lot of heat and a lot of just pure lies to do with this fundraiser. I know sincerity, and I speak to Belinda, Alana, and Bree. Again, I know genuine hearts when I see them, including Darren's a genuine heart. Oops, you're coming through my speaker. One sec. Okay, guys, please don't let them people tear you down or believe in something that's not true. I really want to appreciate always good people, and I'll always speak up, but I do not invite drama into the channel when it comes to that. I'll speak truth about the event, the fundraiser, the beautiful items that I got for Jack and Lily. And it takes money in order to purchase these things and bring awareness. So ask yourself, when people are trying to beat down Alana and Bree and the other people involved in the fundraising event, again, think about who's trying to bring you guys the awareness. Who's the one that's printing off posters? Who's the one that are getting people to make these items? Right? If you're a fraudulent scammer, honestly, do you think they're really going to go out of their way to hold events for Jack and Lily? Like I said, people are trying to tear that the what's the event called? The fundraiser event on August 9th. And you know what? I'm going to show that again quickly, if you guys don't mind. Let me just quickly bring that up. It's just that it's very important. In order to keep the awareness out there, you use social media, you use the news, and a lot of people, for reasons way less than this, have GoFundMe's. And Alana and that have not been sitting there pushing that GoFundMe that hard, but people are, just trying to tear it down. So this is a community event again. Remember, think of this as for Jack and Lily. Think of this, that Jack and Lily are not around us at this time. We don't know where Jack and Lily are, but that if there's a bouncy castle, think of Jack and Lily. Why? Because this is about children. So there's going to be events there for the children and for adults, but the whole purpose is to raise money to keep the awareness for Jack and Lily, because it costs a lot of money to do all this stuff. And it takes you guys and myself from buying these items so that they can keep making more posters, making the posters that you were talking about for the lawns and stuff like that. Okay, I've talked enough about that now. The next time I'll talk about that is a little bit with Belinda. And again, her fulfillment, her meaning about this fundraiser and what it means to her. But other than that, we'll be talking about this interview again and going over whatever information Belinda wants to talk about in tonight's live. Okay, now I wanted to ask Charmaine what she felt, but I guess that will just have to wait because she just came and then she left. So just ask you guys again, first and foremost, out of anything, I would love for you guys is to hit that like and share for Jack and Lily, right? I don't care. I care about the truth and that the truth comes out. If the family members want to lie or not give the actual information, they don't have to. They don't have to. But I am going to use their own words against them if the information doesn't align with the facts, right? We know that Jack and Lily are not on that property. So everything of the words becomes about what is Daniel saying? What did Daniel say then? What did Daniel say now? Um, oh, I'm sorry. Ken, are you still good? Are you still good, or do you need to go? I gotta unmute you, I
You're on
guess.
mute.
Yeah, I got you off. I got you.
I said, yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay, I do want to play this. Again, I meant to play this a little earlier than I went on my freaking old rants or whatever you want to call them. But I don't care. I'm just speaking from my heart, and I'm saying how I feel, and I hate lying. You never lie about two children that are missing in a case that involves two children. I will be a voice. We are Lily and Jack's voices. That's what we are, not the army anymore. It's a Lily and Jack's voices. It's a beautiful name. It encompasses it all because that's what we are, and that's why we're here. That noise to the side about whether or not Daniel, Malaya, and that are telling the truth. Okay, we're only going to get to the truth as far as the information we get and then compare it to if it makes sense or not. The truth will come when the RCMP has had a finale or finalized the investigation of this case to determine what the actual outcome is and if there will be charges against anyone. Obviously, that will be in their hands first and foremost, not ours. We can only judge by the timeline to what they're saying and the mistruths in there. Okay. Let me just go back to that one. Okay. So this is the one I do want to play again because I do want it to be very clear what was said. This is what I want you guys to hear. Now, remember, this is out of Darren's mouth. So this isn't, so he's repeating what was told to him, but it's not coming out of Daniel's mouth to us. Okay. But I want you guys to hear still. And Daniel has said this in chats, in messages to these things, like to the sweaters, okay? We know on the interview, 2 interviews, he said it wasn't their blanket. Darren explains why Daniel lied. You shouldn't have lied in the first place. Why would you have to lie? And then Daniel, weeks later, 3 weeks later, whatever it was, then he confirms that it was Lily's blanket. But he lied at first. And he knows that. Okay, so let me do that. So listen very carefully about the pink blanket and about the other items.
Garbage bin inside the house there, so there was some stuff in the garbage bag, and that blanket was one of the things that was stuffed in the garbage bag. So anyway, Daniel noticed after the kids had gone missing that somebody had gotten into the garbage bag and ripped the garbage bag and went to pull that blanket out of it, but the blanket was rotten. That's why there's only a piece of blanket. That blanket ended up the road hanging from a tree, and it wasn't there for the first day. Actually, it wasn't there for the first. It never showed up, I don't believe, until the second day on the side of the road. Because don't forget, Daniel's got family that lives up the dirt road, and they travel back and forth. And they said they never saw that. They would have seen the blanket, part of the blanket sticking in the tree. It's like a sore thumb out there.
Right.
And then the blueprint. I want to say this. Do you know who found the blanket? The blanket piece in the tree?
We just heard that it was family that took him there.
That's right. Malaya's friends and family.
Malaya's.
Do you know who found the blueprint up on the pipeline?
Malaya's friends and family?
Malaya's friends and family. They all the evidence except for one little thing. That the only thing the searchers found, and I'm pretty sure now some searcher might come on here and say, no, I'm full of shit that they did find something else, but I don't think so. And there was some stuff went missing out of the trailer Daniel checked on too, and he reported this to the Mounties because what he was scared of, that somebody took this stuff, because he was sure somebody planted this evidence.
Right.
And there was some other stuff missing of his, and he was sure that that somebody was going to try to blame him to make it look like an abduction, and that he did it down the line. So he reported this to the Mounties right off the start to protect, and it was a smart move on his behalf.
Yeah.
He had 2 sweaters, a water bottle, and something else were taken out of his.
What was it about those sweaters? Because obviously when people listen to it, it was something like, well, if there's 2 sweat like that. I mean, obviously he was typing in Dolly yesterday and stuff like that, but he's mentioned something about these 2 sweaters, and it's like, well, if they're found with the kids, it almost came across like I didn't have anything to do with it. She took them with her. So what is it about those 2 sweaters?
Well, that's what he was worried about, that these people, like, they took the blanket, they took the part of the blanket out and set that up to make it look like an abduction down the road. They took the blueprint, they set the blueprint up on the pipeline to make it look like the kids were in the woods. So they were sort of splitting things up. And there was another couple little things that they found. Now the searchers were all through there, and they never found this stuff. But all of a sudden, Malaya's half-sister found most of it. Matter of fact, I believe it was Malaya's sister found everything. I think she found the half sister. I think she found the blanket hanging in the tree. She found the boot print up on the pipeline, and I mean one boot print up by itself up on a pipeline. And I don't even think it was the right size for the kids, from what Daniel tells me. And initially, Daniel denied that was the blanket because he was panicking too. He thought, holy jeez, that makes it look like I abducted the kids. So I'm going to say that it wasn't the blanket. But now, he's...
Yeah, because... Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And now he's worried about... He was worried about when he found the 2 sweaters and a water bottle, and I believe there was something else, 1 or 2 things. There was 3 or 4 items missing out of his house, right at that time. And he was sure the same people that were sort of planting this evidence were going to set that stuff up for later on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
And he reported that the first day.
Okay.
So the Mounties had a record of that, and what he was hoping too, and I'm sure the Mounties were hoping, was that when this stuff turned up, they already knew that it was missing. So that would have probably given them a lead on who put it there. So it was a smart move on Daniel's behalf, and it made him look guilty. It made him look stupid. Like you just said, a lot of people didn't understand. He wasn't explaining it very clearly as to why what he was talking about in the 2 sweaters a few times in the water bottle.
Right.
But once you talk to him and you get it, you listen to him. And once Daniel relaxes with you, the more you're with him, the more he relaxes and he chills out, and he's easier to understand, and then he's...
The main point of what I wanted to show there. Darren went on to say that the easier to get to know Daniel, the more he, I don't know, easier to get along with or whatever. But anyways, my point there is that this is not normal. Okay, so Janie, close your ears. Okay, but this is not normal. Actually, Janie, open up yours. It's not normal for anyone to start going, oh my God, they're planting evidence against me. Now the blanket again was on the first day. That's fact. That is fact. But for someone to think that somebody came in the yard and somehow took that blanket, who was down that road that day in a vehicle. Daniel, can you tell us? Right? Nobody does this. Okay? Unless you're guilty of knowledge, nobody does this. Now, I know this is coming through Darren, and he's saying what Daniel is, but the truth is, Daniel lied about the blanket. It was a clear lie. Daniel lied about when Malaya was on the phone. Malaya and Daniel lied about the fact of them getting up. Well, let's just put it this way. Again, the lie starts at the beginning because obviously we listened to Malaya's interview, okay? So clearly there was a story to be told there. What that reason is, well, it's because there's lying going on. That's why this is happening the way it is. This is why Daniel is, to me, going into all these chat rooms. He's trying to propagate what we're perceiving as this person that's out there, that's really looking hard for Jack and Lily. If you have guilty knowledge and you can't tell the truth, if it came and hit you in the ass, and you still can't tell the truth, and you're saving yourself for news channels because you're so important and you're putting down Malaya and building yourself up so that you look good and that you almost died twice being impaled by a stick and all that stuff. Grandiose behavior, narcissistic behavior, perhaps drug related behavior. We had my niece on here the other day talking about if somebody was on meth, because my niece has been off and on and has been doing this since she's 15 and she's 35 years old now, between fen and mouth. So she gave us insight about what somebody's actions could look like. Okay. She wasn't speaking for Daniel, but what it is that user tends to do. Now, again, Haley's the one that talked about that. And we all know that Logan had spoken. Logan is from Daniel's side. That's Daniel's cousin, Logan. Logan is not going to come on alive and bash her own cousin, regardless. Daniel, Malaya, and Janie are the ones that were on the property at the time of the disappearance. That's what matters most. And of course, the other information from the family, well, that's going to be after the fact of Jack and Lily that have gone missing. My point here, again, was the fact that we know that Daniel lied about the blanket. Daniel has said about the ATV, and he keeps trying to contradict something that he said to something that he's saying differently now. It's happening way more times than I care to even repeat, because we're talking about the stake of what happened to Jack and Lily. So this is nonsense, right? And I believe with Janie, I believe that she was strongly trying to tell her truth, because what Janie has been saying contradicts some of her own son's claims. But I believe that Daniel has inserted his stuff to his mother, is how I'm seeing it. Not that Janie sees it this way, but that's how I see it. I see someone that was sitting there with a bunch of bubbles coming through all those messages. Okay. And so again, to me, Daniel was sitting right there, probably telling his mom, yeah, talk about this or say that. That's how I'm seeing it, based on the bubbles that kept constantly coming through there. But the bottom line is, I get it. It's her son. Anyone is never going to believe, including Chris Watts or any other story, right, that their child had anything to do with the disappearance. This is between Daniel and Malaya that were in the care of Lily and Jack. And you guys, if I said earlier, voices for Lily and Janie, I've been keep saying names, and yeah. So if I messed up on that, obviously, thank you for pointing it out. But it's Lily and Jack that were the voices for, okay? Anyone else speaking from family? Again, it's all I want to hear. That's what I want to hear from, so that we can make sense when we shouldn't have to of a timeline. But it's the RCMP who has oodles of information. Anyway, I don't think that we need, maybe there's a few more things we could say. Oh, wait, Kent, before I go to you, Charmaine. I should have probably starred Charmaine's comments. So we were talking about the fundraiser, okay? Buddy benches cost thousands of dollars, right? Or hundreds, depending on who's making it. So regardless, or whatever, money will go towards buddy benches. I would like to see buddy benches happen regardless of if Jack and Lily are found alive or deceased, because I think it would be a beautiful thing at the school to have these buddy benches. They are wickedly cool, and Charmaine was talking about, well, that they're trying to get one made here for Jack, just one bench on this one for Jack and Lily. Again, it's because Charmaine, just like my husband's a woodworker and all that stuff too, is it very costly to send something from the West Coast? The minute you go past Ontario, it is expensive. And whoever said that about UK, right? Whenever my mother-in-law from United Kingdom sends me as a parcel, that's pretty good. You're talking about typically $25 postage stamp from the UK to come into Canada. So yeah, so going out, it's going to be very expensive to have bracelets and that sent to you. It's not my postage on mine from this part of Canada for what I had in mind, which was a decal, 5 bracelets and the 2 keychains, very light, 261. I seen it, 261 on there. So I actually had given a couple more dollars for the postage because I didn't know how much it was going to be. And I thought that they would come in just our regular envelopes. But anyways, so just so you know, yeah, it takes money. So to do these, to send them to those type of places, but, or to send a bench over. Okay. Charmaine's taken it upon herself to put that out there. She's also said on top of the bench that they're trying to work through about with the bench for Jack and Lily, so that it's not ridiculously costing like what it does cost. Because those things, like my husband could whip up one of those and no problem. It's all about the freaking shipping fee, right? The minute you go past Ontario, it's crazy, yes. And but benches aren't light. They're not lightweight, okay? So if somebody's a woodworker out there as well that wants to create a beautiful bench and, with little hemp, whatever, the family doing something to it or the fundraiser people, that have creative. Again, there's multiple ideas there. But Charmaine said she's waiting for her package of bracelets and that she's going to do some giveaways with her bracelets as well. Good, Charmaine. Thank you. Thank you for being caring and kind. Thank you for buying from a legit fundraiser and not some fraudulent one that's out there. And there are people that try to do that stuff right off of cases. Okay, so we're telling you right now, this is the only fundraiser that Alana King and Bree and Belinda, Belinda's supporting, but she wants to help out. She wants to be a part of anything to do with Jack and Lily and bringing some awareness to it and just giving her some solace in taking some time from her thinking, right? And doing something beautiful for Jack and Lily. Not going to knock that. What I'm going to knock is that family members, if they're out there, if the story being presented to us that Daniel and Lily are out there and alive, get off your little Miss Muffin Tuffets, right, Miss Muffin Top? Yep. And go put out some posters. Go actively have your family members put out some posters then, if you believe that they're alive and hidden somewhere. Yep. I see my husband talking in his family group chat. Okay, Kent, sorry about that. That's what I want. That's what I want to say with Charmaine's stuff. There. Thank you, Charmaine. Love you. Go ahead, Kent. Your turn. Oh wait, how did you get muted? I didn't mute you,
Yes, you did.
but I
Because
unmuted you.
my feedback was coming through.
But I unmuted you. Go ahead.
Am I good? Am I good to go now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Chelsea, I think you're confusing or misheard something. She made a comment that I think Belinda is lying then, or RCMP not letting on. I don't understand. No, I don't think Belinda is lying.
Who said that?
Chelsea.
No, but where did she hear that from?
I don't. Well, that's what I mean. I don't know where she's getting that. If she misheard something, she thinks that I think Belinda is lying. Oh no! Wait a minute. Cape Corbett,
Clarification.
there are 2 Codys, so maybe the person was referring to Cody when, well, that goes back again, people. Cody Lee Sullivan, who was out west, who was charged
Prince
for
George.
committing the offense when during a meetup for a marketplace on Facebook sale. That is not Cody Sullivan, the father of Jack and Lily.
Correct.
Cody Sullivan, the father of Jack and Lily, Belinda has told us, has never been out west. He's never been under house arrest, which that guy is. So I don't know if Chelsea just got confused and thought she heard me say something or in one of my comments. You stated that you don't think the RCMP. No, okay, sorry. That's my typing with big fingers, Chelsea. I was typing that the RCMP has cleared Cody in response to who someone had said that maybe it's the bio father, Cody. And I typed in there, and I'll tell you, I'm using my phone. I got big fingers and thumbs.
Yes, you do.
And I definitely believe Belinda and about her son. And from what she tells us, he has been cleared after question 2 to 3
Three times.
times.
3 times.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
sorry about making that confusing for you, Chelsea. I don't want
Yeah.
to call you any extra grief because
Oh, thank you, Eliza, and thank you, Dion, by the way, for becoming YouTube members. Appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, Kent, if that was confusion on there for sure, because uh, never take away from Belinda or saying anything wrongly towards Belinda. So your big fat fingers on there, and well, no different than me saying Janie and Lily or something like that. Somebody said. So just errors happen. Errors do happen. This channel blocks a lot of people. Nah, not really. I like. Do you want me to block you?
no, she's not being naive there when she's not being negative. She's just saying that you don't put up with people being negative in the.
Yeah, I don't put up with people's bullshit. It's that
Yeah.
simple. If people are going to be rude and ignorant in the chat, Rhonda, yeah, I probably blocked about maybe 20, maybe 20 people myself, maybe at its highest. And so why wouldn't I? I don't want ignorance. We're adults. We can speak like adults. That's the way. So this doesn't go to you, Rhonda. This goes to everybody, right? We're not here to play games about the missing and the murdered. And I'm not here to take anyone's ignorance towards me or towards people bashing other people in chat. I'm just, like I said, I'm not here to run my channel like I'm going to earn $1 million off this. It has nothing to do with that. This is about my morals, my channel, and this is about Jack and Lily and the murdered and the missing. Why would I want to have the added drama in here? So yeah, people will run to other channels and say, Sunny blocked me because, and then they start. Oh my goodness, it's coming through your speaker again. And then they'll sit there and say that I blocked them because I couldn't take their opinion. Nope, just couldn't take your ignorance is what I couldn't take, and I'm not about to. You know, I don't have to take anybody's crap at all, and I'm not going to. So whether you're a subscriber or not, we're not here to play games, and I'm not here to play niceties towards people that want to be negative and ignorant towards other people's opinions. You guys have the right to have your opinion. I have the right to have a channel, and I have a right to express my opinion just like anybody else. So keep that as fact. I don't just block people because I feel like it. And if I butt hurt somebody, I don't care. I do not care. I'm here for Jack and Lily first and foremost. And if some people don't like the way I run the channel, too bad. So sad. Not my problem. That's a them problem. Maybe they should have thought about that before they wanted to sit there and be ignorant or whatever. And I don't care if I blocked Vanessa either, because again, it kind of gets a little bit pukable, the little slights. So yeah, she pretty much sucked up Daniel's ass the whole time. That's fine, fair enough. But her little slights at me was not funny after a while, and it gets old. I let them for a while, and then after that, I just get over it. Not here for the drama, okay? Not here for the drama of the channel, or of the fundraiser and stuff like that. Every now and again, I'll poke a bear if I feel like it, just for the sake that it's maybe time that I, speak up sometimes here and there, when it comes to certain things. Like at the start, when people were bashing Charmaine's comments or things with Daniel, and people just want to always take away, from people that are just trying to be honest and caring and trying to bring you information. And then we get shit on by a lot of channels using our content. Our content is here for anyone to use. Just you don't need to add the insults when you're using our content about us as creators. Just damn right, take the content and use it, and use it about Jack and Lily, or whatever your intentions are to bring awareness to Jack and Lily's case. That's all I'm going to say about that. So anyway, hopefully that answered your question. And I think, Warriors, Warriors woman, did you mean Donna Serafina, not Shapiro? Are you talking about Reverend Donna Serafina? Reverend Donna Serafina? I mean, because I can easily reach out to Donna. If a family member is wishing for a reading, Donna always does family members for free. Krista. Okay. Kent, because we're going to be doing a live in about 6 hours time anyway. Wait, no, 10 to, 6 hours time, my time. Is there anything else you wanted to add to today? Because I could sit here for hours again. I could do probably a 12-hour live straight up today if I wanted to, on all the inconsistencies. Kenny McDonald had stuff on his Facebook every day when Justin McDonald went missing from North Sydney, even when they knew. Oh, I know which one you're talking about there. Yeah. Love and peace to all Jack and Lily. Where in the world are you? Absolutely. Is there something that comes to mind, whether it's from the video we watched earlier or just anything that you want to put forth? Oh shit, he's muted.
Daniel's joined the chat, and somebody has just been pretty rude for him. I lost the comment, but Daniel's, Nadia Cousin. She said, Daniel, we don't care what you have to say and go away. That's not right at all. Like I say, whether you believe Daniel 50%, 100%, everything that he has to tell us is good, and we'll take it for what it is and put it with everything else that he says or any other family member. There's no need to attack anybody that is, how do I want to say this? Because I don't want to be attacking Malaya either, but Malaya and her mother, those two people are the only two people that we haven't heard from that we need to, or the RCMP. One of those three sets of people will be the ones to give us the information that we need.
So I'm going to disagree with you there.
That's fine.
Because I was going to say, because as soon as you read what she put, all I was thinking in my head was, well, hold on, I got to mute you. All I was thinking in my head was, honestly, I'm not here to play Daniel's games. And in my head, I was like, shoot, go away. Seriously. I could care less what Daniel has to say anymore. There's nothing believable about his words. If he wants to say something in chat, but I could care less that he's in here, to be honest with you, anymore. He's already made it very crystal clear that he's a liar. And sorry, Mama Janie there, but I don't care if my kid's going to bullshit me too. I'm going to call my kid out. Not one, but this is a case about two missing children. And Daniel's playing games, and I'm not playing his games. If he wants to think he can come in here and say something, let him. Sorry, Darren, you're still blocked though, dude. Like I said, you were going more on it. Daniel's not coming in here attacking. Daniel's just coming in here to answer things that are being said. I just don't have the time of day for it myself. But if he wants to in chat, so I'm not gonna lie. What was in my head is that exact same thought. I'm over. I'm over Daniel's games. Okay, I'm over it. But hey, if you said something in here, I'll highlight it for y'all to see. Make sure y'all get your screenshots in there. See if it backtracks from something else. It's your problem. Oh, it's not my problem. It's a you problem. It is your problem. You're running the channel. No, it's not a me problem. I'm covering cases for the murdered and the missing, including the case of Jack and Lily. You know those two children, the ones that you're looking so hard for, the ones that you're lying about. So that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. I'm the one that's just covering the case. I'm just pointing out your lies, dude. So it's not a me problem. You're trying to be the celebrity that's going around from different channel to acting like you're some sort of special person as you put Malaya down all the time. So you can kiss my ass, every ounce of it, and it's a you problem, not a me problem. I'm just covering cases. So there you go. Is that the case? Is that the comment? Not a me problem there, Daniel. Have fun though, dude. Have fun preaching that to people. Right? See, other people might want to hear what you have to say anymore. I particularly don't. I just do not care. You've said enough. You've lied enough. And I'm over your games. I ain't playing your games. Because that's what you're playing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daniel's in chat. Oh my God, stop the world. Daniel's in chat. Sorry. Like I said, I'm here as an outsider. I'm not an insider blinded by the bullshit that's being spewed. And that's exactly what's been happening. And Daniel's been, because Malaya is probably being very wise, to be honest with you. Daniel's the one speaking out, and he's the one that's telling mistruths and lies about the day of Jack and Lily's disappearance. And Malaya too, to be honest with you. And whoever else is coming forward that wants. I'm just here to gather your words. That's it. Gather your words and talk about the awareness of Jack and Lily, right? So why don't you go buy yourself that third stapler, Daniel, and then start putting out posters and put your time where Jack and Lily are. Because according to you, Malaya put them in a vehicle, right? And they're hidden somewhere. And Malaya's mother is just evil, Cindy Murray. And I wonder why, Daniel. I wonder why. Wonder why she wouldn't like Daniel. I wonder why that would be. Anyway, Sunny makes me laugh that these people don't realize that they wouldn't put up their nastiness in the real world, in person, in the same they hear on the screen or in chat. Absolutely. Just calling out Daniel's bullshit. Go ahead, Daniel. Just remember, I'm the least of your worries. I'm the least of your worries. You need to worry about where Lily and Jack are. How about you go, instead of chatting in here, why don't you go put up some posters? Daniel Martell, I believe your mom. Well, I definitely believe Janie more than I believe Daniel. I like a freaking football field. Daniel, don't you have a job? Yeah, just saying. But we're not going to, you know what? I'm not going to entertain Daniel in here at the moment. Like, meaning if he has a comment, I'll put it up. But that's all I need to say to Daniel. Like I said, get over yourself. I'm just here to run a channel. We all have our opinions about Daniel. Just please tell the truth. Right. Where's Jack and Lily? If you can just answer us that, Daniel, I swear I'll be nice to you from then on. That's a lie. Okay. Like the minute you told. But I'm just saying, maybe you want to put out some truth. Truth busters. Jack and Lily, you guys. Jack and Lily focused. Right? Not Daniel. Daniel can say and do whatever he wants. Malaya can say and do whatever she wants. Jenny can say and do whatever she wants. Darren can say and do whatever he wants. But we want to know where Jack and Lily are. That's what our awareness is about. And if you want to lie, I'm going to show everybody your lies. Say whatever you want to Daniel. Exactly. When you lose your trust, and that's the bottom line of it, right? When you lose your trust, you can't build that back. Once you lie about a case, and the lie started off from the beginning, but once you've lied, especially when you get caught in your lies, then nobody can believe what you say anymore. So again, this is my personal opinion, and this is how I see it, is that Daniel has portrayed what he wanted to on the news. He doesn't understand the real world of true crime and how it works here. He thinks he's smart, but honestly, he's that little bumpkin. He's what I would call the young grasshopper. That is a noob, a rook. You should know those gaming words, Daniel. That came into this not realizing what the true crime community was about. And obviously, it's a drama. A lot of things said throughout the course. It's definitely a freaking three-ring circus in a lot of ways. Again, different things are said, different AI videos are being made and stuff like that, right? It's a matter of people being wise and feeding through the bullcrap that want to kind of look at the case from Occam's razor. Occam's razor is that the straight line of truth is where the actual truth lies in all this. But I see Daniel, who's made comments that the reason that he said that he didn't want to do YouTube, okay, and this is why I got up with set with Janie as well. It's because they kept wanting to be a voice, but they only want to be a voice behind Facebook groups or in somebody's chat. If you truly care about Lily and Jack, you don't give a flying fuck, okay? A flying fuck what anyone else thinks, because your goal is Jack and Lily, and nothing is going to stop you, make you, or break you with your, all this power that you have for being a voice for Jack and Lily. So it wouldn't matter if it was up on a live, on your channel, on somebody else, you would want to be that voice. But because I'm not new, I'm not a rook to the true crime world, and I watch people do your stupid games all day long, especially the people that when we cover cases and the dads or mothers are speaking out and they're literally lying and the truth comes out and, oh, let me just slap those handcuffs on you, once the time is whatever. Who knows if that will happen in this case with you, Daniel? But I ain't playing these games of you popping in and out, saying something, and then you catch you in a lie, and you're trying to get this girlfriend, fake girlfriend, I'm going to assume, because it's such a joke that you would even entertain a girlfriend during the time that Lily and Jack are missing, because that would just look really bad on you amongst the lies. And why, Daniel, would you need the girlfriend's girlfriend to run around to all these different channels? Daniel, I believe it's you that are leaking the messages coming out of Alana's chat. And you're playing with fire. You are playing a game. And the more you keep playing this game, the more that people are aware exactly who you are. Now, your mother may love you because she gave birth to you and all that shit, but I didn't give birth to you. But I'm just calling a spade and a liar, and a game player, a head game player, facts. From what I see, what you're doing is you're trying to use the internet to people, but you're too good for us, eh, Daniel? Because you want to save yourself for the real news and Netflix and stuff like that. Grow the hell up. Get your ass out there right now. Get off this damn channel and go put up some posters, because you're the one that's propagating, you and Darren are the one that are propagating that Malaya put these children in a vehicle. And yet you guys can't even tell the truth. And there's nothing about this truth that even says Malaya put these children in a vehicle. So shut the hell up. Get out of your freaking ass yard, besides building your deck and porch, and go put some posters up. That's what I have to say to you, Daniel. All right? I'm a pissed off mother that loves her child and would do anything to the end of the earth. And you're claiming all this, and you're not even a stepfather. You are a partner. Remember that. And we don't know if Jack and Lily called you dad. We don't know because Daniel's lies are all catching up with him, right? Malaya bad, you good. Did I go off on an event there again? My bad. Bring myself back. I'm good. Oh, Kent. Kent's double fisting. Go ahead, Kent.
That was earlier.
Oh, well, I have to go off on my bed.
I went on from you then. Kim, Mitchell, like I say, we all have our own opinions. Daniel's lied, yes. And something may have happened to these children in the home or on the property. But what we're saying is there's three sides to every story, but
There
we're
is.
only getting half a side because everything that Daniel says isn't true. I agree with you. Sonny has literal evidence where you can take in one interview where he said one thing and another view where he said it another thing. Then there should be the mother's side. Well, we haven't heard that from day one, other than that one interview. And then there's the RCMP, and we get a little bit here and there. So until it all comes out, like I say, there's two scenarios that happened here. One, the story that Darren said I shouldn't say the story, the scenario that Darren put forth could be plausible. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it could be plausible. And if not, in my mind, I go back to my original theory where there was an accident and the other one was a cover-up to preserve the rest of the family. Because either the kids are dead or they're alive. That's the two sides of this story. But we need the information in between to get us from the starting page of the book to the end of the book.
Thank you.
And it has to be consistent. And that's where, like we say, we can prove that Daniel said different things about the same items at different times. So therefore, he loses his credibility. Is he 100% lying?
No, some
Not
truth.
likely. Is he 100% telling the truth? No, we know that. It's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And we're not getting the other side of it. So then we're stuck in limbo.
Absolutely. Speak whoever I want about. You guys are all part of the news. Um, whoops, sorry. Daniel, and again, I'm only using your words. I'm using Janie's words, your words, Haley's words, Logan's words, Cheryl's words, Belinda's words. That's the only thing I am taking. Of course, I'm trying to navigate through the lies of the web of lies, like Kent just said. Yeah, to understand the truth, the real truth. Nothing but the truth. That one. So again, go run your Pokemon channel and put up your own darn truth if we're getting it all wrong. All right. And Daniel, you've said a lot of things that I thought were truthful at the start. You said, you know what? Malaya's family thinks that I did it. Malaya's family, they're accusing me of, I want to take a polygraph and I want to do this. You've said a lot of stuff about the blanket and stuff like that. But you know what? All I see this is someone that's trying to cover his own ass and someone that's propagating the narrative that Malaya somehow hid these kids and that it's more than meets the eye. For me, I've seen enough of your bull crap. You can say what you want. Like I said, go preach it on your own channel about how wrong we all are about you, or some people, right? Not everyone, because some people will crawl up your butt no matter what you say, no matter how many lies you tell. But I ain't buying your whole girlfriend crap. I ain't buying your crap. I'm just buying the truth for Jack and Lily. That's what's selling me, is the truth for Jack and Lily. So with that being said, I don't care. You can say what you want in here, Daniel. Again, mind you, if you be too ignorant, I might have to boot you. Might. Well, you must enjoy Malay's. She ain't playing the games though. I wish she was playing. I wish she was speaking out. I wish you didn't have so many inconsistencies and lies. I wish for all that, Daniel. And if the truth comes out that all you've been speaking is truth, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But at the moment, as this case is going on, your lies are catching up with you. Your games are catching up with you. I'm not some dumbass hillbilly, okay? I didn't fall off a turnip truck into true crime last night. I've been doing this for 5 years. I know your personality. You're not getting it by me, dude. You can sell your ice to the Eskimos all day long, and even they're not going to buy that. Okay? You're doing what's not natural to do. So when something like this isn't natural and there's mistruths coming out, ask yourself why. It's because you're hiding the truth. You know it. We know it. Okay, so who are you fooling here? The truth is the truth, Daniel. You've preached that how many times? So look at, I'm playing your words against yourself. Let's make that crystal clear. I'm using your words against yourself. I'm using whoever else is words, whether it be Malaya, maybe this, Daniel, chances are though, honestly, when a case like this happens, it's truly best to shut up, to be honest with you. It's truly best to shut up at the start, to keep it quiet. And then, because why? So the investigators can do their jobs, right? You don't want to jump in too quick because most times, right? It's not like we're private investigators and blah, 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 blah. But it is very wise, even no matter how it looks to the public, it is very wise to shut up. But you keep talking. I shouldn't say this. They're gonna get mad at me. Tell me this. Why did your mom Janie say that it's almost been pretty much a month since, and she used the word we? And then you were in this live, like what, a few days ago, saying how that you're talking to the investigators like 3 times a week now, and that they don't believe that you had any culpability to it. Okay, sucker, sucker. That's all I'm going to tell you. Sucker. And you lied again because your mom's saying one thing and I believe your mother over you any day talking. So you could, yeah, I was going to say, you know what? You guys know my feelings on this. If whatever your feelings are for Daniel, I don't care. You guys anyone wants to say bashing Daniel? No. I'm using Daniel's own words and I am not going to sit here and keep listening to utter bullshit out of Daniel's mouth. Okay? I call a spade a spade. I call bullshit when I hear it. I'm not here to play niceties anymore to Daniel's crap. I just want the truth for Jack and Lily. They deserve it. Daniel, you guys, the family members, deserve. You guys need to be voices for Jack and Lily. So shut the front door on anything the channels are doing. Belinda, the paternal grandmother, is doing everything that you're not. So shut it. I don't care if you think it's rude, Dawn. You know where the door is out of here. Like I said, I ain't here to sit there and play niceties, Dawn. So I don't care what you think about that. If it's rude, then you know your way out the door. I'm not here to play games, not about 2 missing children. So take your rudeness, and if you don't like it, go away. I didn't have a stapler. Hi, Anon. How are you? And you guys are getting me all feisty, getting me like Charmaine gets. Because you get tired of lies. I did put up posters. What, with your stapler that you got rid? See, like I said, I'm trying to humor you a little bit, putting up your stupid comments. When really people just want your screenshots of what you're saying so that when they catch you contradicting yourself again, then they can, like myself, just use them against you. And it's not because I want to, Daniel. Get that straight through your head. It's about Jack and Lily. It's not about you or how many games you want to play or how many games Malaya or anybody else wants to play. My focus is about the truth. And if the truth isn't being told, I'm absolutely going to share it. Kent popped out. Oh, there he is. You're like a little popcorn there sometimes. Did you
Well,
get
I
a...
had to get your attention. You wouldn't let me speak.
Well, shit. That's because I'm way far behind.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I misspoke and I confused people earlier, and Charmaine wants me to correct it. There is nothing on the second. The second was going to be the vigil, but when and the event, but when Lana tried to organize the hall, she couldn't get the hall on the second. So the vigil and the event is on the 9th at the West Side Community Center in New Glasgow, and the vigil is at the end of the fundraiser. So Charmaine was trying to get our deep attention there, going all caps and everything. So it's August 9th is the fundraiser. At the end of the fundraiser will be the vigil, and that's because she couldn't get the hall on the 2nd when she started planning to do a fundraiser with the vigil.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Kent. And right. Thanks for clarifying that. So, in the midst of missing children, Daniel, did I give birth? I don't own chickens. You guys do. Maybe you gave birth to a bucket of KFC because this is a game to you, isn't it? Am I rattling your feathers, Daniel? Yeah? Am I rattling your feathers a bit there, Daniel? Are you just trying to sell me your crap? Like, who says that? You gave birth to a bucket of. See, the thing is, Daniel, these aren't my two children that are missing, right? Again, I'm just a YouTube creator caring about cases that come along my way that I care about. This, you are actually looking after the children. So you should be ashamed to even make jokes about this, considering this they were in your care and Malaya's care, right? Sliding glass door, put away in a vehicle with Malaya. You should be ashamed of yourself making jokes like that during Jack and Lily. Not my family. These are kids that you say call you dad. And I, like I said, I don't own chickens. Pretty sure you do. Ask your mother to make you a bucket.
So you got another live coming up later on today, Sonny.
Yep.
And I've got to run here. I got a guy coming looking for
Yeah, it's
some
okay.
dozing.
Yeah.
So I'll catch up and watch you on the next one.
I'm going to spend another 14 minutes myself and then I'm going to get going myself because, oh, guess what, Daniel? I don't have two children missing, but I will cover the case of Jack and Lily because they need a voice. And um, Kent, I will give you the big toe. We will talk to you later. Alrighty? Boot. There he goes. There we go. Um, okay, let's get. Okay, hi AJ, how are you? Okay, let me just go through some of your comments. Okay, guys, let's do that. Okay. Um, let's see here, Daniel. What do you think about Kent? Good, fair enough question. Kent can't answer that at this moment. Daniel, I'm sure they did call you dad. Might have, could have, absolutely. Daniel could have done a lot of stuff with Jack and Lily. Absolutely could have. We didn't live in their life. We don't know what exactly went on. We're just going by the words that are being put out there. They call you dad from day one because they were babies. Stop your lying. You're a narcissist. Okay. Well, you did to Jack and Lily. Say the truth for once in your life. What you do to Jack and Lily. Say the truth. Well, we don't want to accuse. Don't forget. Daniel, Malaya, nobody else has been charged in this case, right? Everything is in somebody's opinion, okay? I can call Daniel a liar because Daniel has proven to be a liar. I can say that. But we can't say if he had anything at all to do with the disappearance. It doesn't matter what we think. We can think it. But that's speculation about the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Lying's going on. That means truth is being hidden. So it's not hard to speculate on possibilities for sure. Um, If they were sick, well, why were they outside playing the night before? If they were well enough to go to town. Well, I again, we don't know. Janie said she didn't know, but in all fairness, we don't know why they went into town. They could have went into town to get Lily some medicine. Obviously, the children were seen on camera. Like, they could have went to go get medicine. Don't know. They know the truth there again. So that's kind of like I said. If Daniel doesn't know how to tell the truth, then you can't trust anything he says. Really, we can still talk about it, but we can't say it's fact for sure. There's only certain things we can say is fact, and that's that the children, Jack and Lily, are missing, and that the RCMP have coverage on video camera of Jack and Lily being seen at approximately close to 4 or something like that. Well, Janie said that they arrived back around 4, right? So again, but we can't even take that as fact either, because this is Janie's son we're talking about. This is a mother. Her truth might be her truth, and it might be completely 100% truthful to her. But at the end of the day, again, that's their words. The children disappeared off that property with those 3 people on it, and Daniel and Malaya were the ones that were in charge, not Janie. Daniel Malaya, but Janie's in charge of telling her truth. Daniel's in charge of telling his truth. Every person that's a factor of this case is in charge for Jack and Lily to be a voice to find out what happened to Jack and Lily. So I'm just saying, cut the shit with your lies. I'm sick of them myself. You can sit there and beak off in this chat all you want about KFC buckets and freaking Netflixing away and stuff like that. You're the one making a mockery out of these 2 beautiful children that are missing, Daniel. Okay? I'm just calling a spade a spade. I'm just putting your words out there that you're doing. Like, how am I making that up? And somehow I'm twisting your lies that you put out there yourself to show that they're lies? Nah. Barbara M. Janie said in her Facebook, whatever platform, question and answers, she said it was one of the only few times that she babysat Meadow. She did. Yep. Her and Malaya were not close by no means. Malaya is more of a quieter personality, doesn't really, wasn't really there to converse too much with Janie. Not sure the reason why. I can't speak for Malaya, but obviously Janie can tell us from her side how many times she had talked with with Malaya. And she said there's maybe a couple of times, and probably no longer, I think she said, than 5 minutes, that Malaya just really was inside and doing that with Meadow and stuff like that. Again, it could be true that Daniel did a ton of stuff for Jack and Lily. Could absolutely be true, right? I don't really care about that part, because that's really that's part of the situation in there, whether or not Malaya and Daniel. But we're talking about Jack and Lily and the truth of their, what do you want to call it? The context of the truth that they're saying, right? If Daniel somehow took a lot of care of Jack and Lily, great knowledge. Pat yourself on the back, Daniel. I don't really give a lick of shit, to be honest with you, right? What I care about is Jack and Lily. That's my point. I care about a timeline. And again, you're the one speaking out. So is it so wrong that in any case that comes out, especially when it involves children disappearing from the place that the mother and this, partner, stepdad lived, and the children disappeared? Anyone would want a timeline, and anyone would expect a truthful timeline. It wouldn't be too hard just to give the basics lowdown. Can't do that, right? Can't do that. Kent takes the time to analyze data. He's more knowledgeable. Oh, yeah, because I'm just a dumbass, right? And you're so smart. There. Kent's smart. I'm smart. Charmaine's smart. There's a lot of people smart. A lot of people smarter than you in your games. But that's okay. Tear me down. Is it because I'm female? Is it because I'm female, Daniel? Is that why you have this seem to have this track record? Except for your mama, because I've seen guys do this all the time. Put down the female, but not their mama. Yeah, because I'm just a bumpkin that fell off the fucking turnip truck. Yeah, you make me laugh. sharing a case that 2 children are missing on your dime. But okay, come in here and waste your time instead of looking for Jack and Lily. Why don't you go build a bigger porch? Go fix that door. Why is Daniel on YouTube anyway? Why is he not? I'd have to believe that that girlfriend was real myself. And I'm not going to entertain that besides what I've said already. I think it's a joke. I think it's a game. Um, Anytime that a girlfriend's friend is coming in, racing around to show people that she has, the information that Daniel's seeing someone, I call bullshit, right? I call bullshit. He's just trying to make Malaya jealous because that's how he has to do it, through YouTube land. Another one of his stupid games. Yeah, I'm probably way behind. Oh yeah. I mean, if Daniel said anything past this, sorry, dude, I'm just racing. Oh wait, I already put up posters. Here, come closer. I'll pat your back for you. Pretty much anything you say to me now is just water running off me, because it's just, you don't know how to tell the truth. If it, like I said, came up and smacked you in the ass, there's probably some truth in it all, you know. Aw, do you think he got butt hurt? No, you're not going to come in here and try to overtake this channel with his nonsense. Hey, you know what? Great. Perfect. That's where you should be, right? For Jack and Lily. That's where you should be. With Janie, right? With any other family member that's going. Jack and Lily. That's right. If your truth is your truth, which it's not, obviously, but if your truth is your truth, then Sonny doesn't need Danny Boy's permission to keep going. Nope, I don't. Nope, I don't. This is what we call, again, the freedom to have a channel, to voice your opinions, to speculate, and to talk about a case first and foremost about 2 children that are missing. I don't need the approval of anyone, to be honest with you. Again, Daniel, go bring up your Pokemon channel. You obviously know how to create videos and stuff like that. Why aren't you putting your truth up on your own channel? Why are you saving it for the news, the little driplets of the news that will talk about this case whenever there's something to put out? And other than that, they're going to forget about the case, Daniel, for the most part, because they're going to care about all the other cases besides this case that's going on, right? So why don't you use your YouTube channel as your voice? I'm sure you'll get tons of subscribers, or at least viewers. Well, Andy, is it Daniel that's on the instabilities of lying? I don't know, Dandy. I think you need to probably rethink maybe your thoughts there as well. So somebody that's been a proven liar now within this case, and you're saying that Malaya has seriously mentally fucked up issues? I'm sure Malaya has issues, like most people. But you're speaking for Malaya on that part without even knowing if she's fucked up. Or is that just Daniel's words telling us that she's fucked up? I mean, of course, a controlling person would, of course, make Malaya feel like she's the freaking, bad person. Because you know what narcissists do? They have a really good time, Andy, at twisting it the fuck around and blaming the other person and deflecting off of themselves onto the other person. Good fight on that one. So we don't know about Daniel's brain status or Malaya's brain status besides what we are hearing, and that's speculation. But I'm saying that a narcissist, these Daniel's traits align, but not because I freaking am some psychologist or freaking some got a doctorate degree. I'm telling you, I've been with narcissists. I know what narcissists are like. They feed off of people like me. because I'm the person that goes, oh, play into their bullshit, right? But they're leech suckers off people that are giving, kind, and caring. So, food for thought on that one, Andy. Food for thought. Yeah, it's great that you're going to be there at Lily and Jack's. Well, it's not a vigil; it's the fundraiser. It's great that you're going to be there. Thanks for sharing that with us today. Appreciate that. AJ, don't care. Ask me if I care. It's about Jack and Lily. I do not care. I don't even know what he's referring to be honest with you. Well, here, AJ, let me help you out the door. Let's call you number 21 on this one. She said that to me. Not me. I don't even know. I'm so lost at this point with what people are saying to things or whatever. I know if it's ignorant or if you whatever. Again, I'm not sticking up for Daniel. I ain't sticking up for Malaya. I ain't sticking up for Janie. I'm sticking up for Jack and Lily. So whatever somebody else's personal opinion is about that, it's your voice or it's your thoughts. Your thoughts. No, you're making a mockery. No. Daniel, you're the one that's made a mockery. That's why I'm making a mockery of you. Because you're the one that was in charge of these two children. You're the one lying, not me. I'm just putting out your words. So don't try to twist this, you narcissist. Back on me. Good fight, Daniel. You're about 2 seconds from me blocking your ass, too, to be honest with you. So go ahead, spew your little lies. Nope, has nothing. I can't really overly speak about Malaya. I can't overly speak about Malaya. Malaya's not freaking hopping around from Facebook groups and freaking live chats or coming out to the news and projecting a different truth on the news than he does on the thing. What do you want me to do? Make up stuff about Malaya? Seriously? Malaya has spoken 2 times to Belinda and 1 time on her interview. How much more can I talk about Malaya? If your ears are deaf and you can't listen and you haven't heard me talk about Malaya, but what do you want me to do? Keep making excuses for Malaya? Because I ain't, but I'm not going to make up shit either about Malaya. Daniel's the one talking about Malaya. Daniel's the one saying that Malaya did nothing, that he did everything, that the children didn't go to her, that all she did was play on her phone all day. Remember? So get your facts straight. I don't have Belinda in my ear, 0 at all in my ear. Yeah, no, I'm about 2 seconds from blocking his ass, to be honest with you. Again, there's so many other platforms he could go spew on. He's just in here interjecting his bullshit. He's already been caught in too many lies. Why am I making a mockery out of this, Daniel? Isn't that hilarious, actually? Just like the KFC chicken thing. Isn't that hilarious? During 2 missing children's cases, and I'm making a mockery. Yet my son's not missing. Malia only sat on her phone. And Daniel, that might be true. That might 100% be true. But it's your truth. Malia hasn't said anything, right? We don't know. That's your truth. Again, if your story was consistent from the get-go and your line of truth followed the pattern of the timeline, right? Daniel, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation at all. But that's not what's happened. You're the one that chose to tell multiple different stories. You're the one that lied about the pink blanket. You're the one that said somebody got into the garbage, right? You're the one that sat there and talked about the RV that you were on it and then you weren't. And then your mom's saying, no, that was me and Justin. And Daniel only sat on it the one time. I mean, the phone to Malaya, which is true, Daniel. Which is true? Is it that you were coming out of the woods? Is that before or after you got out of your car? that Malaya was on the phone? Or was it when your mom was napping and came out that's when she saw Malaya and, oh, and you were racing around with your head? You're making a mockery, my friend. You could have done all these things, Daniel. I'm not here to judge you on that part. I'm just judging you by what you've put out there, to facts by what you've said. That's it. Your words. Not my words, your words. And yeah, why wasn't the sliding door locked? Why wasn't it? Maybe because you felt it was such a safe place for kids that you didn't need to? Don't know. Yeah, he's been in chat for a while. And I seriously don't care. Yeah, right, exactly. Feel free. Go tell him the truth. Go tell him the truth. See, it's okay that Kent calls you out because he's so much smarter than I am. Maybe he does it in a better way, a nicer way. I'm not here to play nice. Not when 2 kids are missing anymore and there's lying going on. Sorry. It's not my way. When I see people lying about shit that they shouldn't be lying about, yeah, sorry. Like I said, I'll do a lot for a lot of people, but I freaking hate liars. Yeah, maybe she's just coming in. Will you talk to Kent in person? Great. Take him around your yard. There's your words right there. I'll talk to Kent in person. If you can have a bond with Kent and feel comfortable like Janie did with Darren, so be it. Again, right? I'm just going by the stuff that you've put out there already. But if you have that bond, go right ahead. All right? Take him around your yard. Show him. Tell him the exact timeline if you're so truthful. Go ahead. You darn right know that me, Charmaine, and Kent, that we all talk. Darren talks to Kent, right? Doesn't talk to me anymore. Don't care. He talks to Kent. Kent's from your guys' area. Why wouldn't you feel more comfortable talking? Any smart person would make videos on their channel. Absolutely. You had all the time in the world to put out your information on your own channel. But hey, again, I'm not guiding you, dude. I'm not mad. I'm not sitting here going mad. Oh my God, Daniel didn't come up on Sunny's It's a Crime and Shame channel. Janie didn't come up. No. What I'm mad at is the lying going on. And then people sit behind Facebook groups and sit there and try to put out their truth. And yet they're fighting for kids. That's what makes me mad. I don't care where you put out the information, honestly, because we're all going to cover it. They're going to cover it from this channel if there's information. I'm going to cover it from theirs if there's information. All right. Probably went 6. Sunny, I think you need to look beyond the nose. Yeah, I don't need to. Let's see. Sunny, I think you need to look beyond the nose. My friends, Daniel's been explaining himself an expert to everyone. Sure. Why don't you go kiss Daniel's ass, Andy? Because that's pretty much where you seem to be at in this. You are blind. Do you understand? It's not about Daniel. It's not about Malaya. It's not about Janie. It's not about Darren. It's about Lily and Jack. I don't need to look beyond my nose about Daniel, who's constantly lying. If you want to be fed into that shit, you go right ahead, Andy. You know what? Why don't you have a nice conversation on Messenger with Daniel, and I'm sure he can tell you all his lies there, okay? You're the one with blinders on, friend, okay? I'm not here to play games. Their truth is to the side. Jack and Lily's truth, that's what needs to happen here. Why would anybody lie at all, Andy, in the case of 2 missing children? What part of that does not sink through someone's head? Not playing games. Don't have to be nice about it. A liar's a liar. Simple as that. Pinocchio. I am thick-skinned. You know why I am thick-skinned, Daniel? Because I was in a controlling, abusive relationship. Now, I'm not saying that what Malay is saying is true, but I'm sure not going to sit there and listen to your shit anymore. Honestly. Again, I can say what I want. Go on your channel and beak off on me all you want. It's not my 2 children that are missing from me taking care of them. This is a you problem. Get your story straight problem. Yours and Malaya's, because you were trying to contact Malaya, remember? As Malaya said, according to Malaya, why don't you two get your shit together, learn how to tell the truth, learn to tell about the truth of what happened that day, and then maybe, because you're not going to, talk about where Jack and Lily are, hypothetically, allegedly, if you somehow should know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, and you guys, by the way, I don't actually so even though it sounds like it, I don't get mad at all, to be honest with you. I hate stupidity. I hate Daniel taking me for a stupid fool, right? Go talk to Kent. He's a nicer one. Um, no, he's not derailing. No, I'm just basically honestly venting on Daniel and his bullshit, to be honest with you. I think pretty much this live was done about 45 minutes ago, to be honest. You know, but if I can save one person from buying into his bullshit because he's not telling the truth, I will. I will point it out left, right, and center because it was his own words and his own lies. Okay, with that being said, there will be another live at 4 with Belinda on it. Okay, guys. I want to again thank everyone for Jack and Lily's bracelets from the fundraiser. Bree, Lana, Belinda, thank you again for it being a very important fundraiser for Jack and Lily for you. Oh, well, Daniel, you said you support the fundraiser as well. So did Malaya. So, okay, again, beautiful keychains. Jack and Lily on there. Got, I said 5 of these. Got bracelets. Charmaine is going to be trying to have a bench for Jack and Lily made, and as well waiting for her bracelets to come in to do some giveaways. So thank you guys very much for caring about Jack and Lily. Totally appreciate you guys. I look forward. Again, I haven't asked Belinda on her thoughts or anything she's going to say. I like things to be organic and I like to hear them as they're being said. Same with this interview as well. I vaguely passed over it, but I like to watch it as I'm listening to it while you guys are here as well. It's just my personal way. Thank you, Chelsea Gray, on there. Thank you, Ben, on that one. Again, Jack and Lily, guys, I can't stress this enough. Daniel, whatever truth he's telling, again, the RCMP will handle all that regardless. So it doesn't matter to me anymore. I'll listen to whatever gets said. Absolutely. But am I in reality to understanding that the RCMP, they have the Cellbrite information, they have the drone information, they have the digital information, they have the satellite imagery information, they have all the information of that stuff. So trust me, the RCMP, where we feel like maybe we've only learned about a quarter of this case or the truth. No, a lot more truth to be out there, and that's where the RCMP again will come up with what happened to Jack and Lily when obviously they figured out certain information that obviously they do seem to need at this point in time. They've obviously put up $150,000 reward for any information leading to Jack and Lily. That's what matters. Daniel's lies or truth don't truly matter because at the end of the day, we just want who's ever culpable of something happening to Jack and Lily to pay for their crimes of anything that happened. Whether it's, I don't believe that they're being hidden. I don't at all. I don't buy their story because their story makes no sense to when Malaya could have done that. So it doesn't make any sense at all. But whether you guys want to have the hope of that the children are alive or that if you feel like they're deceased, it's still the awareness of what happened to Jack and Lily and where they are. Yeah, you keep saying you're working with investigators. You keep working with them, Daniel. Okay, you keep working with them. Yeah, I feel like Daniel has that hate-love relationship with me here. He hates me, but he loves to keep coming in the chat room. One of the two things. Speak your piece, whatever you want, Daniel. Again, honestly, we were looking for answers for a timeline. we're realistic in knowing that no lies should have had to have been told to get a timeline. So it's just really going to be, whoops, keep hitting my phone, a matter up to the RCMP. No matter what about you, Malaya, sorry, Janie, or any other family members, you guys will never be first ahead of Jack and Lily. But I feel really bad for these games that are being played at the expense of Jack and Lily and family members that truly want to know what happened to Jack and Lily. And if I offended anyone while you're here, in anything I've said, I don't care. I do not care. I care about Jack and Lily. I care about covering cases, not for the intent of kissing anybody's butt. I do it for the sake of bringing awareness to the cases. And if people don't like how I talk or what I say, then that's a you problem, not a me problem, because nobody's forcing anyone to watch this channel. I just want the truth for any case. I don't want to hear Christopher Proudfoot's bullshit. I don't want to hear Katie Proudfoot's bullshit. I want to hear what Seth Rogers has to say about his son missing because he's being genuine. I don't care what case it is I'm following. I just want to hear the truth. And if the truth isn't being told, well, obviously you're going to become the mockery of the internet land. That's just the way it works. Even if you're telling the truth, you're still going to get mocked, but not as badly. Oh my God, is that a compliment? Daniel, stop. Stop. I guess between probably the 10 insults or whatever, I guess probably get a compliment in there. No. Like I said, Daniel, your truth is your truth for you, okay? Bottom line is, Jack and Lily is why I'm here. It's why I fight so hard for Belinda. I fight for Jack and Lily first and foremost. Belinda, she has my heart. She's the one that first came out and wanted to be a voice for Jack and Lily. Why would I ever take away from that woman? Never. And I hope nobody else ever tries to either. I know that there are people hiding in the background that talk and stuff like that. There are a lot of people that don't necessarily like to bring themselves to the forefront. They don't want to be a target. But as long as they're talking to the RCMP, that's where it matters. It doesn't have to matter that they're not talking on YouTube channels or in Facebook groups. What matters is that the information that they do have, that the RCMP have. That's what matters. Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, I keep saying goodbye, but okay, goodbye again. All right, I need to give my husband a call. Tighten up my ponytail. Jack and Lily awareness, bring them home. Love you, Cindy. Keep awareness. I'm not going to lie. I was too busy watching. Well, okay, I'm not. Okay, I was watching X Factor a little bit yesterday. I was just trying to take a little bit of chill time off of this true crime stuff. Husband got up at 5. Think I went to bed at 3. Heck, too hot. Freaking legs started cramping up too. That sucked. I don't know why that was happening. Never really had it where both my legs started cramping. I'm thinking it's to do with the heat and the freaking water retention and crap like that. But anyways, I barely had any hours sleep, honestly. And I was like, I don't care. My day off. Tomorrow's my day off. You guys, sorry about yesterday. I didn't do a live. Well, I took yesterday off, so I didn't do a live. Besides, I put out the little video about the stuff that I got for Jack and Lily. So if you haven't seen that yet, you can see me opening up my package for Jack and Lily stuff. And, but yeah, so Alexa, I was procrastinating yesterday because I was so exhausted and my brain was mush. And I was procrastinating. And so when I did message Alexa, she's like, I already took my kids out because I didn't hear back from you. Well, my bad, because it's up to me to message her. So I was just like, you know what, Alexa, actually all good, because I wasn't really in the mood to do a live yesterday. Just this heat, and this is with multiple fans going, is a bit much. And I can't really blast it, or I just want to turn my face in a minute and blast that fan in front of me, right? And even then, because when you got hot air coming through like yesterday, and you're trying to work and it's freaking just hot, all your fan is doing is pretty much spewing warm air and stuff like that. So anyways, So I said to Alexa, do you want to do Saturday? Because, like I said, Belinda will come up tonight. And I'm really looking forward to that. And that one, we're not going to be going over a lot of the things that we went over in this live. Like when I'm saying that, I'm going to ask her I'm going to ask her very little, but a little bit about the fundraiser. We're not going to get into any of the drama of what people have put out there and stuff like that. Just know, um, I appreciate, lots of people appreciate the fundraiser that's going on for Jack and Lily, and that this event is on the 9th. Don't forget. All right. From 12 p.m. I totally, absolutely. If I lived in the area too, my ass would be there all the time doing exactly what Lana and stuff are doing around my work time. I spend a lot of time doing lives to talk about this case. And I just want people to understand that regardless of the information coming out by the family, we are not their judge and jury, regardless. That would be the RCMP's job. And we just want awareness that if somebody has answers, can give answers, that has any information, that they will either want $150,000, they'll feel so guilty because they have kids of their own and they have information to come forward, right? And the only way in true crime to keep cases alive is by people covering it. The news backs off, they always do. Regardless if Daniel gives them a scoop or a driplet or not, they're just going to cover that piece of it, and then it's going to fade off after a couple of days again, and then they're not going to cover it again. In true crime, you have channels like this that will cover it, what, pretty much 5 to 6 days out of 7 days, and other channels as well. That's what's going to keep the awareness alive. So if there's no guilt on somebody's end, then that's what will keep the case alive. And that's where YouTube and the news channels are different that way, because we can do a lot from our end, just like the news can do a lot from their end. But they have their own reasons, and we have our own reasons. I have my own reasons specifically. We can only because I'm not back. Okay, I'll talk to Alexa on that. I mean, it is what it is. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna let you guys go now. Doctor. Kind of think that that's what my husband said yesterday to me too. I don't know. I just know my husband always says it's because you have bad circulation. Well, imagine sitting at work in a chair all day, and then sitting in a chair all day when I'm doing lives. Pretty sure my biggest journey is to my work, which is a minute's walk, maybe two tops. All right. Anyways, not about me on this one. Stay. Oh no, trust me. I drink a lot. I have diabetes. Okay. I drink a lot. I drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of water and drinks regardless. Even before I found out I had diabetes, wasn't really a big water fan per se. But anyways, I do. But with diabetes, trust me, you and the pothole should, like, if I could have a toilet right beside my bed, I probably would, to be honest, invest in that. Probably could have a little kitty potty toilet because I'm so sick and tired of getting up, go like it happen if I'm awake, not like you guys care, but if I'm awake and I'm looking at true crime stuff, and if I'm still awake, I'll at least in 3 hours time probably get up about 10 times, and I'll be, you guys don't want to hear the verbiage that comes out of my mouth every time I have to get up, right? Fox 6. Hi, Kelly. Okay, let's go, you guys. So on the way out of this, you guys, thank you guys for being here. If you haven't hit that like and the share, please do it for Jack and Lily. Do it for these two beautiful children here that we just simply want answers to. They're two beautiful humans that deserve to have answers, regardless of what happened to them. And thank you guys again for being here. So I'm going to play Jack and Lily, a song by Russian McDonald's, the awareness video that I made. I'm going to play that on out of here. And then we'll see you later on, 4 o'clock PST time. And don't forget, there's the 6 p.m. interview that will come out and stuff like that. Okay, guys? Anyways, you take care. See you guys later and have a good one. And I got to take down the border first. Hold on. Actually, I'll take down the ticker this time. Just so you guys can have the full thing of it. And I also got to take down this. And thanks to Kent and everybody, okay, for joining in Charmaine. And again, I want to say this one last time. Thank you to all the family members that are speaking, regardless, because they are your words. And I got to take down that comment. Mods, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Oh, I better do this quickly. Donna, thank you very much from earlier. Always be. Thank you so much for your super chat there. Became a member. Dion, don't forget, you don't have to deal with any lag time, slow mode time, and you can use the Jack and Lily emojis that are out there, and any other of the YouTube member emojis on that. So thank you guys for that once again. And if anybody hates me, I don't care. I love Sunny. Sunny, do you love Sunny? Yeah, I love Sunny too. But right now, what I care about is Jack and Lily. Okay, 1 second. I gotta go find the video file. Jack and Lily, you guys. Jack and Lily. Love you, Belinda. Love you, Chelsea. Love you, Bree. Love you, Alana. Love you, Kent. Love you, Daniel. Oh, no, I take that back. Don't love you, Daniel. Just kidding. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Sunny from It's a Crime and Shame. And someone had sent me this beautiful song called Come Home, Jack and Lily. And I wanted to do Belinda, and I wanted to do Alana King, and all you guys out there. This beautiful little video to attach to it. Thank you so much for the person who wrote the poem. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily's army. Please hit the like and the share. Thank you so much.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Sunsets over Pictou County, stars shine with gentle grace. The community holds a vigil long The woods are deep aside, but our love will draw you